on matter so much more in perilous times like these, where we're forced to do a lot more with a lot less. In the other place, I heard repeated references made to the government being able to walk while chewing gum, basically referring to the government's apparent talent at multitasking. And it made me cast my mind back on the past year and all of the things that we saw going on, whether it was setting up isolation facilities in what seemed like record speed. We all saw how Harrison's Point, which was an abandoned military base, became a state-of-the-art hospital, basically, with 200 beds and 70-something ventilators, ICU capacity in the space of a few short weeks. Simultaneously, they were procuring the 8,000 tablets and computers that Senator Springer would have made reference to yesterday in an effort to bridge the digital divide that some of our nation's children had fallen victim to because, unfortunately, they were not able to access online learning. Whether it was the ability to simultaneously repatriate thousands of stranded cruise ships, passengers and crew members, or whether it was simultaneously recruiting hundreds of nurses from Ghana, from Cuba, to buttress our nursing complement, not just for, on a regular day we didn't have enough nurses, but when it was compounded by the fact that we were facing a pandemic, it was essential that we had that support, or whether it was getting 60,000 care packages together to make sure that people wouldn't fall through the cracks, or even using our diplomatic relationships to secure enough vaccines, not just for our own population, but enough to share with our neighbors. So we can see that the leadership of the country definitely has been forced to walk while chewing gum, even if they didn't plan to, trying to deal with so many things simultaneously. And the response has been a strong response. We were able to see how COVID, for the better part of 2020, was well controlled and well contained up until the New Year surge. And I believe that there are important lessons that were taken from that. One is that public health priorities have to remain at the top of the pyramid, because what we could see from what happened at the beginning of the year, if those priorities don't remain on top, no one will work and nothing will work. So going forward, we can see how collectively, not just healthcare responders, but everyday individuals making the sacrifices, wearing the masks, following the protocols, we've been able to see that surge finally get to a point where it's looking like we're getting things under control and returning to a level of new normalcy. And long may it stay that way. I wanted to share a bit about an experience that I had early on in the New Year surge. Most might know that I'm a medical doctor by profession, and that's considered frontline. But I was able to, I would say I caught the itch from Senator Cummins. I remember having, no, not okay, I have to be careful using the word itch, but but to be honest, I remember, obviously we were all incredibly worried and concerned about what we were seeing. And I just felt like there was more that I could do. And I just remember one Saturday I called Lisa, because I know Lisa's very energetic, always busy, always doing something. And I said, Lisa, man, I just feel like I need to get on the ground. There's something more I can do. And she said, well, we just set up a command center at Pt2 Santos. At that point, that was where they had a backlog on all the testing, and people couldn't get out of quarantine for days and days and days, and people couldn't catch flights to get back home. And I just had a quick conversation with her. She's like, well, I hear in a meeting, but meet me down at Pt2 Santos for 8:30. And that was the beginning of a journey that caused me to close my practice for the last, 2 months? and actually be out there. And I could tell you it has been insightful, it has been fun. I have worked shoulder to shoulder with EMTs, with nurses, with some of the Cuban health professionals, and I remember the very first day and Dr. Walker also was partly responsible for helping me to have this opportunity. But I remember my first phone call with a guy called Dr. Walter Aline, who was responsible for the gymnasium testing site. He was going to train me in donning and doffing, and I mean, I had been down to Harrison's Point before and had the opportunity to learn how to don and doff there, but it wasn't something that I had actually been able to apply into practice and being able to make a difference. And he came in on his off day to make sure that I could train, and he told me, I have worked for 21 straight days. And I could tell you, when he said working for 21 straight days, it wasn't sitting on a desk. This is on your feet from 7 o'clock, jaunting in the sun. And PPE is hot. When it's 30 degrees outside, you're under a BDF tent. You're literally dripping sweat under it, and you're swabbing all day. And these people are so committed. He came in on his off day to train me, and I don't know if I had the opportunity to tell him thank you face to face, but I definitely want to tell him thank you now. Not just him. I saw how not just healthcare professionals, doctors and nurses, but the Barbados Defense Force really deserves tremendous recognition. The level of organization, coordination, the logistical stuff that is going on behind all of this, I mean, it was just mind-blowing to watch, to the point where the people come into the facility, they're having a pretty seamless experience in terms of the throughput. But really, when you get a glimpse into what's going on behind the scene, the apps and it was really, really something to experience. I'm sure I made no income for 2 months, but it's an experience that I would not trade. So thank you to those responsible. Thank you to Lisa for helping some of that energy to rub off on me. And in terms of, well, coming back to what we're talking about today, which is the appropriation bill, that what I call the ground game was supported by the transfer of an additional $70 million in healthcare expenditure, in addition to what had already been allocated for the outgoing year in terms of what was assigned to the Ministry of Health and Wellness. But for the upcoming financial year, we're not wholly focused on COVID, because we understand that there are other people out there who have chronic non-communicable diseases, have cancers, have cataracts that need fixing. And as much as possible, we need to make sure that the health system continues to function in a way that avoids any tremendous disruption of service delivery to the rest of the population. So when it comes to putting your money where your mouth is, we've seen increasing expenditure given to the Environmental Health Department. We talk about beating back COVID. That department is responsible for beating back dengue, beating back Zika, and beating back leptospirosis. They have added an additional 40 mosquito control aids. And I understand that there's also an effort to introduce insecticide resistance testing sometime by the middle of the year. The geriatric and the district hospitals will also see increases of their budget. In her second reading speech, the Honorable Prime Minister indicated that supporting the vulnerable, protecting them, would be one of the 3 pillars on which Barbados will make its comeback. So protecting the vulnerable, especially in light of COVID, where we have seen 40 deaths, unfortunately, and disproportionately, it has been the elderly, in many cases, people who haven't left their homes, people as old as 95, bedridden people who have not left their homes, maybe some cases in years, perish from a disease that they didn't go out and catch. So it's great to see that there's a focus on protecting the elderly as well in the allocation of financing. The Barbados Drug Service, which was responsible for stockpiling pharmaceuticals in the months certainly leading up even to our very first COVID case. I remember that there was an effort to make sure that the Barbados Drug Service had stockpiled a certain amount of pharmaceuticals in order to avoid the supply chain disruptions that we had been hearing so much about in 2020. The Emergency Ambulance Service, the Health Promotion Department of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the Nutrition Department of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and all polyclinics will be seeing increases in their allocated budgets. And bearing in mind, this is in a setting where our revenues are down and the economy is contracted about $2 billion. The QEH, of course, has not been left out. Of the $252 million allocated to health, $120 million from the consolidated fund will be transferred to the QEH, with another $50 million projected to be generated from the health services contribution, while another $3 million is expected to be generated from service delivery, including private surgeries being performed at the QEH. Much has been said about the cancer project and the cardiology project, but one thing is for sure, everybody has a story about that time in A&E. So I think the project that Barbadians will be most excited to hear about would be the Accident and Emergency Project. Phase 1 of this new 9,000 square foot department is expected to be completed shortly. This is the first expansion of the Accident and Emergency Department since the early 1980s. It will see not only an expanded waiting room, but it will see the addition of critical care beds, increasing from 2 stat room beds to 6. It will see a dedicated pediatric section and a modern ambulance bay which can accommodate up to 4 ambulances. And not only is the physical footprint of the QEH being expanded, but they're also committing to expanding the staffing complement with the addition of an interventional radiologist, a gastroenterologist, and 2 sonographers. And if you guys know what a sonographer does, basically they're the ones that do the ultrasounds. And right now, the waiting list time for ultrasound at QH is roughly 8 months. Our human resource complement can further look forward to the addition of nurse practitioners as soon as the first cohort of students completes the nurse practitioner master's program, which is being offered in conjunction with Chamberlain University. The Barbados location for that training will be at the Barbados Community College, and the first 10 students, which are truly registered nurses who are already qualified with their BScs, they will be enrolling in the master's program shortly. So what does this translate to? Hopefully it will translate to less burnout among staff, and not like 10 specialist nurses will change the fact that there's burnout, but the fact that we've imported nurses, and on top of that, in the last year, we've actually been able to see an improvement in the pass rate of the nurses graduating BCC in the regional nursing exams. I was made to understand that the pass rate last year was sometime below 50%, and now we're up to about 74% pass rate. So because they're now passing the regional exam, they can now go on to practice nursing without hindrance. Hopefully it also translates to improved patient outcomes and patient experience, and also translate to reduce wait times. We've committed to following the science as it pertains to COVID-19, but I'm challenging us today to also follow the science when it comes to managing our chronic non-communicable disease burden. One of the things that we've also seen with COVID is not just the impact on the elderly, but the impact on people who have NCDs. A common thread in almost all of the COVID-19 deaths has been a history of some type of NCD, and you've been hearing a lot about type 2 diabetes. When COVID-19 is ancient history, many will be facing a reckoning as it pertains to the long-term adverse impacts of their diet and lifestyles, and choices that they're making today. When I first came to public life 2 years and 10 months ago, I made public statements at a conference about the impact of certain cherished local delicacies that shall remain nameless on our health, because these foods are high in fats and high in salt and have poor nutritional quality. But you will not hear pie and sauce cross my lips. You will not hear pie and sauce cross my lips. As Bajans find a way to joke about most things, I became an instant meme sensation for a few days. But the truth is, it's no laughing matter. How can it be when NCDs are responsible for 8 out of 10 of every death that we see in this country? Unhealthy foods are literally killing us. Our reality is that in Barbados, unhealthy meals are cheap. Kale. Our reality is that in Barbados, unhealthy meals are cheap, tasty, and easily accessible, but they've been the primary factor underlying Barbados's NCD epidemic, which, by the way, increases your susceptibility to severe illness and death from COVID. Some of us older ones are a bit set in our ways, and not me. But what about our children? Many kids don't have much of a say as to what goes into the family pot, but our choices are impacting their health. As we can see, 1 in 3 kids in Barbados are either overweight or obese, and that's from a WHO study conducted in 2012. I was one of the kids who was fortunate to have healthy, nutritious meals cooked in my household, but I know my pocket money when I got into the schoolyard, it was cheesies, tamarind balls, box juice, like most of the other kids of my time. So it's not just to say that it's what parents are preparing for you. The other factor that we have to discuss is that the food, the school environments are also largely what we say obesogenic, where kids don't have healthy options in the schoolyards. So if you have $10 and you can go to the cafeteria, you can inevitably will choose chicken and chips or something like that. You go to the vendor, you buy in chips and junk food. So we also need to look at what's available in the schools. Kids will make their own minds up about what they want, but we need to make sure that there's a balance in terms of having options there where kids can at least have the choice to decide to have something healthy to eat. And I'm proud to say that after all the tamarind balls and the box juices from years ago, I am reformed and have had the opportunity to work alongside the youth advocates that work with the Heart and Stroke Foundation, the Healthy Caribbean Coalition, and what we had started doing back in 2018, 2019 was going into schools, during schools assemblies, and actually educating children about the packaging of their juices and what's inside, how much sugar is in it, how much sugar they should consume a day, so how many juices can you drink in a day. Generally try to encourage them to drink water, and also trying to encourage them to get at least an hour of physical activity per day. Because if we can get our children to commit to living a healthy lifestyle from now, and to making better dietary choices and better choices in terms of remaining active, it means that we could potentially save a generation from amputations, from ending up on dialysis, and to also from losing their lives prematurely. So one of the things I also wanted to touch on that I've seen the Heart and Stroke Foundation advocate for heavily in recent weeks is for something called front of package nutrition labeling. So what science is showing us is that generally if there's an octagonal label, whether you are literate or not, so let's say you might not be able to say ABC 1, 2, 3, but if you see this octagonal, more or less, warning label, you will have an idea this is perhaps something that is not healthy, and if I consume it, it could be to my detriment. So the Heart and Stroke Foundation has been advocating for regional governments to commit to having these front of package warning labels so that people are better informed and can make better decisions about their consumption patterns. So there's not only a nexus between NCDs and diet, but between NCDs and exercise. Thankfully, we're blessed with the kind of climate that motivates us to get outside, and we could all recall that during the lockdown, we were able to get to the beach at least between 6 and 9. The beaches were all crowded. People couldn't wait to walk or swim or run for those few hours a day. But what I want to make 2 minutes to just speak to is the safety of cyclists on the road and pedestrians on the road as well. And not because my husband rides on Sunday mornings and I worry about him terribly. Honestly, from St. John, St. Philip, you name it. But I do believe that as we go forward and as we plan our road infrastructure going forward, we really need to make sure that there are adequate sidewalks provided so that pedestrians can safely walk and not have to scotch onto the side between cut rock and a vehicle. And also, wherever possible, make provision for bike lanes on certain roads. I know that the Future Center Trust was actually working on Heritage Railway project, I believe it's called. Heard about it a few years ago, and I don't know where they're at with the development. And I do believe that, we have a Ministry of Sport, wherever government can partner with private sector or civil society driven ideas like this that would benefit the wider public. We need to get on board and support them and make sure that we can make these things a reality, because, okay, great. So I'm hearing from my Senate colleague that we are making progress on these things, and it's something that I really hope to see happen, because, we need safe spaces to exercise. Everybody doesn't have the luxury of a pool in their yard to swim, or a big yard where they could exercise. Some people have to play in the road in front of the house. So we need to make sure that they're safe public spaces for people to access and to get out and to remain active. So diverting a little bit from health, there was one other thing I wanted to touch on. So obviously we just spoke about the value of nutrition in terms of our children being able to eat well and so on. And I, like many of you, would have read a recent article published in a very popular news outlet a couple Sundays ago regarding the treatment of a ward of the state while in custody. And based on the reports in the article, a lot of this stemmed around the fact that she simply was not happy with the meals that were being provided. And things would have escalated from there probably, and ended up in a situation where she found herself in solitary confinement, missing important articles of clothing, not having bathroom privileges. And I, like many others, was horrified, to be honest, when I read how this child had been treated, because I thought to myself, I can't even imagine that we treat hardened criminals like murderers like this. And this child was in custody for a nonviolent offense. I joined Twitter just about a year ago, and I wasn't too active on it, but I realized that is a space where a lot of Barbadian youth are engaged. A lot of us are not aware that young people are as keyed in or as tuned in or as interested in as they are, but they don't engage in the ways that we do. They won't call brass tacks necessarily, or tap into those kinds of avenues. But Twitter was completely on fire with this case, because obviously hearing that another young person had been treated that way definitely struck a chord with a number of young people. And we saw youth leaders, including a CARICOM youth ambassador, a Queen's young leader, the Prime Minister of the National Youth Parliament, the chairman of the National Youth Policy Committee, all band together and unify to stage a virtual protest, obviously, because you can't picket in the streets during a pandemic, but just trying their best to advocate on behalf of a voiceless young girl. And I will be honest, I was really, really heartened to see the level of engagement from our youth community, and that these young leaders didn't just accept positions and stay silent, but that they actively engaged, they wrote letters, they mobilized other young people to agitate and to advocate on behalf of a child who was violated in the worst possible way while under our care. I will say that I have seen the Minister of Home Affairs, the current Minister of Home Affairs, his response in other situations, including his response to the South Coast sewage crisis. We saw how that was resolved in short order. His response as well to the COVID situation at the prison. And I do have confidence in him. He has not run out of steam. Based on his statements on Saturday, I could see that he was very, very emotional. And I know that he feels the same way that I did about what he must have heard coming out of the investigation. He must know a lot more than I do. And I have no doubt that we will see long needed change finally come to not just the girls' institution, but the boys' institution as well. But what I will say is that I would like to see a greater level of youth involvement in these processes. What the youth advocates are basically saying is, we don't want you to make decisions about us without us. So don't just give us this platform and then expect us not to say something or not to advocate or not to speak up, because that's really their duty. But these are pervasive and perennial issues, not restricted to this government. From what I understand, one law dates back to 1926, the other dates back to 1932. And successive governments honestly have failed to address it, and I am proud to know that this government is the one under which we will finally see these archaic practices outlawed. I actually don't have much more to add because I've spoken to the things that I feel most passionate about, and I commend the bill to the House. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Haynes. Senator Hunt.
Thank you, sir. I raise to add my voice to consideration of the appropriation bill, having noted the various sums allocated to the respective ministries through which the work of government will be undertaken. These times are dominated by what in reality is a life and death battle brought by the COVID-19 pandemic on our shores. And I wish to, at this time, express my appreciation for all who are working at various levels in our society to keep us safe or keep us safer in light of the ongoing public health challenge. I've taken note that in recent months, the Ministry of Labor has come in for a lot of criticism, and that is, I think, because there has been a lot of activity, labor-related activity, across the island. The Minister of Labor has certainly received a lot of criticism over the past several months for being, in the opinion of the critics, too quiet. I've realized that people in public life, and certainly politicians who may be of a quiet demeanor, will take some sort of bashing for that. In Barbados, we tend to like to see our political leaders very much engaged. We like to hear from them a lot. We like to know from interaction that they have opinions on pretty much everything that is happening. But I wish to make some comments on the program which I heard the minister speak to in the estimates, the plans which the minister has for his ministry, and various departments under his scope of responsibility. Of course, we're looking at how the sum of, I think, $7.2 million are going to be spent. by the Ministry of Labor. The Labor Department, sir. The Labor Department is one of those entities which plays a very important role in ensuring that there's industrial peace in the country. There are persons who do not have the benefit of trade union membership and who are able to access what they deserve by tapping into the services of the Labor Department. Of course, the Labor Department also provides services used by trade union representatives trying to assist employed people or formerly employed people in accessing their entitlements. Perhaps the most frequent criticism I've heard of the Labor Department has been the difficulty that persons may experience from time to time in getting into contact with officers when they need help. I would like to suggest that the reason this may be so is that the limited number of officers there are busy helping persons. There are only so many of them. As part of the strengthening that I would like to see directed in the direction of the Labor Department, I think they may need more personnel, and more personnel who have more skills, more tools with which to deliver the services expected of them by the public. The Labor Department, the officers of the Labor Department are charged with conducting workplace visits to check on employment conditions. They may do this routinely, but then they certainly have to do it when they receive complaints or requests for help, and they need to go and check the veracity of things they've heard. Naturally, that is going to have a direct impact, especially as employment conditions go in the direction where there are going to be more complaints or more requests for help by working people. It certainly is going to lead to more field visits by labor officers, who therefore, I suppose, will be making more claims for travel allowances and those kinds of related costs. As far as the range of services provided now by the Labor Department personnel, they do provide what I have seen firsthand are some heavily subscribed training seminars. I foresee in the near future there's going to be more demand for such training. And as such, I would expect, I hope, in fact, that resources will be made available to them to provide more high quality training sessions for those people who need them. In addition to that, individuals, persons who run small businesses, will have certain needs which they may not be aware of until something undesirable happens that lands them in the hot seat, having to answer questions. I think it is best, it is certainly more efficient if we can run ahead of those possibilities and design some sort of forum through which we can provide individuals and those particularly, as I said, who run small businesses with information that they need so that they meet their social responsibility as far as employment is concerned. Earlier today, we heard some views expressed about the Employment Rights Tribunal. Now, the Employment Rights Tribunal, as this chamber would know, was created by the Employment Rights Act. Tribunals generally exist as ways through which persons in the society can access justice at a relatively lower cost, lower than if you have to go to court. Justice is supposed to be faster. One of the benefits, additional benefits that tribunals bring is supposed to be greater flexibility in working to deliver solutions that people can live with. Tribunals also, and certainly the Employment Rights Tribunal, it serves an important function in making it possible for the individual worker who has suffered some employment injustice to not have to face what, in a situation like that, may be an intimidating force in the form of an employer who has usurped their right or who is in the process of unfairing them, as we say in Barbados. Whereas companies can afford to hire attorneys from influential or firms, law firms. And so I just realized that my friend, Senator Boyce, is no longer with us. But I had told him, if I promised him at lunchtime that I would trouble him on this point. Because whereas companies can afford to hire attorneys to represent their interests at a tribunal, like he has done recently, the typical employee cannot. And I have seen, by attending hearings of the tribunal, that the small man, the small person, perhaps I should say to be politically correct, who presents themselves, their case to the tribunal in search of justice, they do not actually need to have an attorney in order to get what they are entitled to. Fortunately, most cases which have been heard and decided by the tribunal has allowed the tribunal to maintain a record for delivering decisions of a high quality. But as a student of industrial relations and a person who truly loves labor relations, I have noticed from my interactions with the Employment Rights Tribunal, I have noticed from discussions of persons who have been involved in matters with the Employment Rights Tribunal, that it is capable of doing a lot more of what is needed in our country. The Secretariat of the Employment Rights Tribunal needs to be properly appointed. It needs staff. The staff that it has now, very professional. They work hard. But the reality is they need help. The tribunal needs resources. It may be nothing to an employer who is a respondent in an action referred to there to put itself in a state of readiness to bring a case or to answer a case. But to the individual who has lost their job and who has had to wait for a long time to get a hearing, often without an income coming in practical terms, an employee filing a case is required to provide 6 copies of the documentation he hopes to rely on in pursuit of justice. I would like to see the tribunal so resourced that an unemployed individual would be assisted in that regard. Over the past year, I have assisted persons in that regard on a pro bono basis. And I can tell you, yeah, assistance is needed there. That direction would be a good direction in which to put some resources. I also noticed in the minister's presentation a reference to review of the Barbados labor legislation. And I wonder if this means that we're going to go the route of a labor code. There are advantages, in my opinion, to having a labor code. Having traveled for purposes of work throughout the Caribbean, having worked with various labor codes, Antigua, Grenada, St. Lucia, for instance, and having had to compare those legislative environments to ours, there are some advantages that I see. And if it is really the intention of the Ministry of Labor to go that route, I hope that they will tap into the available sources of assistance that may be available, whether it is the sub-regional office of the ILO for technical assistance, whether it is from people experienced in the field of labor relations who may be able to, in the national interest, make a contribution to the provision of knowledge. In Barbados, sir, we have a unique, I almost said peculiar, we have a unique interpretation of the best way to practice labor relations. We used to boast a lot about having a model of voluntarism that persons all over the world were interested in and would come to see how it works. How is it that these Barbadians living on an island which on some maps may not be as big as a dot in the name of other countries, how is it that they are able to practice labor relations at a standard that surpasses the standard of which is practiced elsewhere in presumed more developed democracies? Voluntarism as we practice it, I think, is in its last days. I think we need to acknowledge that we are at the point where we need to have more regulation in certain areas. I don't think that government should pass laws for passing laws' sake. We should pass laws which make sense and which are going to be easily meaningful to those whose lives these laws are meant to make better. The issue of union busting has come up across the country. Some companies have been accused of perpetrating union busting. And union busting, loosely defined, refers to actions meant to frustrate a trade union's efforts to organize people into membership, or a trade union's effort to sustain membership. Union busting and union recognition, the treatment of the two concepts, I'm of the view should be handled similarly. We have neighbors in the Eastern Caribbean who have resolved the question of how does a union become recognized. recognized as the accredited bargaining agent for categories of employees. Now, as we operate, unions that operate within the context of the public sector, they have a different reality to when a union operates within the context of the private sector as far as recognition is concerned. But it is usually in the context of the private sector that cries about union busting will occur. At present, our system holds that if a union is able to show through the assistance of the Labor Department that it has a simple majority of persons within a particular category that they've requested to be recognized in respect of, that they should get that recognition, that status as a bargaining agent. But the reality is, where that recognition does happen, it is usually as a result of moral suasion. The employer agrees that it is only the right thing to do to recognize the union, because defiant companies normally coming from North America will challenge unions to show them the law that says they must recognize the union under those conditions. We are in 2021. I think we are at the stage where we should be in a position to show them the laws that say they have to recognize the union under those conditions. And if that is something that the unions think they would support, then the unions must be mindful that with that type of union certification is likely to come union decertification. So that if the union does not maintain the confidence of a sufficient number of employees in an enterprise, then an employee, as happens elsewhere in the region, an employee can trigger a process by which a union can become decertified if it loses the basis on which it was entitled to be so recognized. But we have to stop leaving such important decisions to the whims and fancies, to the standards of morality of persons running companies. Because if the complaints that we've been hearing are accurate, often persons put in charge of companies or who own the companies are of a different moral persuasion than that of the Barbadian collective. Now, as I was reading through various documents and preparing to make a contribution to this debate, to keep myself awake, I listened to the late Pt2, a Jamaican musician, where he was saying that everyone is crying out for peace, but none is crying out for justice. And it struck me that phonetically, peace sounds like peace. P-E-A-C-E sounds like P-I-E-C-E. Now, 17 years ago, on April Fool's Day, I started my trade union career. I understand that on April 1st this year, we are to have new minimum wage. Everybody wants peace, or bigger peace. Now, I expect to deal with the whole issue of minimum wage within the context of our labor relations in a more copious way at a later time. But I get the impression it is not lost on us collectively that some employers are not looking forward to an increase in minimum wage. And those of us who are realistic will recognize that some employers will now look for ways to do work using less employees, because there will be efforts to maintain some measure of stability in labor costs. So that if the basic rate, the basic cost of labor goes up, you may find that enterprises may try to mitigate those increases by trying to do at least as much work but using less employees. I am aware of instances where, through collective bargaining, certain increases were agreed upon. But sometimes, as a negotiator, you have to be keeping in your mind, is what I am asking for going to be sustainable? You may draw on your skills as a negotiator to persuade a company to agree with you. And I've seen sometimes companies agree to things they cannot sustain, which then only resulted not too long after in job losses. You do not need that type of outcome. Anything negotiated and agreed should be sustainable. I'm hoping that part of how the resources going to the Ministry of Labor will be allocated will be along the lines of sensitization initiatives that broaden the platform on which collective bargaining will be done in the future. I think for too many years, persons have paid lip service to talk about productivity. You usually hear about productivity when it's time to negotiate salary increases. And as soon as there's a nail-biting finish and there's a settlement, the talk about productivity disappears. I'm aware of circumstances where I can think of a company, which I will not name, obviously, but it was a company where government owned 100% of the shares. And this happened early in my trade union career. So government owned 100% of the shares. Company was not profitable. It made significant losses. But the CEO of that company would set aside every year in his budgeting a sum of money that we would have available to staff through collective bargaining. So everybody would could get up to a certain amount of salary increase. But then there was a sum of money set aside that, based on how an employee did, using the performance appraisal system that we negotiated with the company, an employee would get another increase on top of what was negotiated across the board, so that the total amount that an individual ended up with was influenced directly by the individual's measured contribution to the bottom line. And perhaps ironically, that company was able to reduce its losses. And when it got to the point where it looked as if it was going to step into, was going to break even. And on that trajectory, it did not seem unlikely that it would get into profitability. Well, unfortunately, the winds of political change blew. That CEO lost his job, and the type of programs that we had in place, it just fell away. But as we prepare ourselves for the country to go forward with a new minimum wage, yes, there will be employers that will be complaining and crying out, but it is definitely a step in the right direction. It is a step that should have been taken long ago. There were some industrial relations challenges that caused the issue of minimum wage to be brought sharply into focus. And recent reports of the developments in that area has been that some employers, as a result of being forced to increase the basic hourly rate, have begun to tweak the amount of work hours available, trying to maintain the conditions that they had before, the relativities. Certain sectors in our economy, certain categories of workers have life too hard. And my mind goes to persons who are engaged in security work at a lot of private security firms. A person should not have to work a 12-hour shift in order to be entitled to a sum of money that they find acceptable. When you look at the need for persons to travel from home to work and to travel after a 12-hour shift from work to home, and you see that more than half the day certainly is engaged directly either in getting to work, being at work, or getting back home from work. There's not enough provision made for the person as an individual. Through discussion, through social dialogue that, as we used to have it years ago, I am hoping that the ministry will provide some leadership. As for the future of collective bargaining in these times should not be about more money for biscuits, more money for butter. We should be at a stage where the discussion is about how do employees become owners of, part owners of the companies in which they work. If there's a question about how do we make people buy in to the company's mission, if there's a question about how do you make people want to contribute directly to a company doing well, make it their company. It is not happening sufficiently. The same way that the Safety and Health at Work Act, piece of legislation for which regulations are still outstanding. I'm aware that Pt2 had made some submissions about what they thought these regulations should look like back in mid-2012. 9 years later, we are still waiting for regulations for the Safety and Health at Work Act. But one good thing about the Safety and Health at Work Act is that it encourages joint management of the safety culture within companies. Section 103. Now, the same way how the safety legislation makes it necessary for employees to be part of the management of the safety culture in their company. I've noticed that the Occupational Pension Benefits Act 2003 makes provision for employees of enterprises that have pension plans to be represented on the board of trustees. But there's a practice where the management of the company chooses the employer rep, the employee rep. Now, the same way that the Safety and Health Act makes it clear that the trade union recognized for collective bargaining purposes selects the employee reps on the safety committee. I hope we go in the direction where the trade union also selects who is the employee's rep on something as important as the trustees overseeing what happens to employees' pensions. So it should not just be about more money for bread, more money for butter. It should be about helping our workforce have a longer vision for themselves and their careers. Now, this year has seen, the last year has seen unemployment levels rise to unprecedented levels. Senator Sands, in his presentation, he was speaking about housing initiatives and housing initiatives as a possible means through which a high level of unemployment can be dealt with. And he too referred to the high unemployment in Barbados. But we have heard about record numbers of persons registering as unemployed persons. We know that the unemployment levels have risen. Exactly where to, I wish I knew. The Ministry of Labor's website has information up to 2018. A modern Barbados has to embrace the making of intelligent decisions, and recognizing that the making of intelligent decisions requires business intelligence. We need information. Right? Government has a balancing act to sustain in a space where priorities are changing constantly. We recognize this. We all have a part to play in supporting the government in achieving its initiatives. We all have a part to play because this is our Barbados. And the primary beneficiaries of all that Barbados has to offer will be Barbadians and those who live in Barbados, those who live and work in Barbados. Now, reference was made more than once today, sir, about a recent occurrence which I consider to be of a sensitive nature, involving a child, which we are told is under the review of the Ministry of Home Affairs. In recognition of the sensitive nature of that matter, and of the fact that there is, I take it to be investigatory work ongoing and probably in the early stages still, I will not delve deeply into it. But I will say that in Barbados we need to take fresh guard in respect of this concept called the best interest of the child. The best interest of the child for anyone wanting to get a better appreciation for what is meant by that, Article 3 of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child spells out what it is. Earlier this year, this concept of the best interest of the child came to mind because there was a perspective shared relative to child custody and the right to access to children, given the state that the country was in, with some, more restrictive curfew. Fortunately, the Attorney General promptly lent his voice to the matter and provided clarity of a nature that most people understood. The best interest of the child has been a concept that perhaps is most frequently discussed or mentioned in the context of family law. But there are other areas, as the current matter about which I mentioned, I'm not going to get deeply into now. It has to do with all matters of justice involving children. I am hoping, as I have hopes relative to the labor issues proper, that the public will be made more appreciative of the benefits of mediation and other forms of dispute resolution other than court action. Because when it comes to justice, whether it is justice involving a child, involving employment disputes, simple commercial differences, time, money, and anxiety can be spared if we were to go that route more than we do now. In 2010, there was a good initiative run under the Justice Improvement Program Secretariat, where persons were trained in mediation. Some persons were even trained to be trainers of mediation. But unfortunately, as happens sometimes, persons who did the program, probably due to some administrative hiccup, had difficulties proving that they did the program and were trained and certified to utilize the skills that they gained, skills which would have put them in a position to contribute to the society in quashing disturbances of various origins. So in 1986, the late Right Excellent Earl Walton Barrow led the country on an exercise of asking what mirror image we have of ourselves. In modern times, the current Prime Minister has been leading the country in what, to my mind, seems to be an exercise meant to answer that question in terms of us saying to the world, saying to ourselves first, and saying to the world of ourselves, this ideal, that ideal, is who we are. When it comes to justice, whether in the context of the criminal justice system, or whether in the context of the work environment, who we are as a country. We are a people who are honest, hardworking, who give of our best, and who expect to get the best in return. The program, as I understand it, as set out by the Ministry of Labor, positions the ministry, positions the constituents of the ministry to benefit in ways which are going to redound to the macro improvement of the country. It is against that background, sir, that I rose to speak to the bill, and it is against that background, sir, that I give my support to the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Hunt. Senator Dr. Holder.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise at this time to make a short contribution. Yes, honorable member on the opposition side, shorter than the one you gave earlier, for sure. As I support, Mr. President, the bill that is before the chamber at this time, I know that we have about 4 senators on this side who are intimately involved in some of the ministries represented in the bill, and who obviously would speak to their respective ministries. But I approach my review of this, I would say, Mr. President, at a very macro level. And I try to glean from it what it is that our government intends on doing over the next year. And I therefore wish to coin my presentation along the lines of my assessment, which is re-engineering for growth. I heard earlier the Build Back Better, is it? Concept. There are those that talk about reset. But for me, I prefer this to use as my title, because I believe when this party came to office in 2018, its focus was on engineering for growth. And I put the prefix re because it would appear as if we now have to restart this process again. So we have now to re-engineer for growth. And I wish to, again, as I normally do, set context and begin, first of all, Mr. President, by sharing some thoughts on what I heard Senator Boyce shared earlier. He's not in his seat now, but he tried pre-lunch to set what he thought was a landscape at this time in March 2021. And he talked about the countercyclical approach. He delved in a little bit to economic theory and so on. But I felt that the honorable member left out one critical part of his assessment. Yes, it is true that during the past months, we've had to, as a government, borrow to shore up our expenditure. We've had to borrow to make sure that we can provide for the vulnerable in our society. And Mr. President, I will be the first to raise my hand to say I believe strongly in the interventionist role of government. I abhor the strict capitalist approach to development. And so we understood and appreciated that government had to play a role. The facts are that with a decline in economic activity, we know that COVID-19 would have affected our primary foreign exchange earner, tourism, to the effect. I believe we heard data being shared prior of the cancellation of flights, the loss of of revenue, the bookings for hotels, and by extension, the ancillary services that would be affected. So this was our reality. So we had to borrow. Government had to intervene within the economy and make sure that we had the money to shore up our expenditure. But what he neglected, Mr. President, to share is that that could only have happened because of the prudent management of the economy for the last 21 months. I heard a member of the opposition yesterday talk about the debt crisis. I don't know how you can speak to 25 cents on a dollar being a debt crisis. When we came in, Mr. President, it was 65 cents on the dollar that went towards debt servicing. So if you're going to refer to 25 cents as a debt crisis, I don't know what that was. But the fact that you can borrow now is testimony to where the economy is at this point in time. This is no small feat. And I believe that we need to put this into context and give the government the credit where it is due. Now, many of you know that when there's a need for criticism, I will give that. Equally, Mr. President, I believe that when there is a time for praise, that we ought to give that as well. Our ability to borrow, Mr. President, was realized because of the fact that for 21 months, the government sought to restructure this economy. Yes, we had to restructure the debt. We had to shore up our foreign reserves. But more importantly than those facts, for me, is that we had to demonstrate a level of discipline and prudence in the management of our affairs that would engender confidence again by our financiers, by the international community, by the regional community, and so on. So this is no small feat. Because we can borrow today is testimony to the fact that people want to lend us. Mr. President, we could not borrow prior to 2018 June. We couldn't. And if we did, it was at very high interest rates. Nobody wanted to lend to Barbados. So we had to restructure the debt. Yes, I agree that with such a restructuring, there was some pain in the economy. There was some pain at the level of our community. But we understood that we were engineering. We understood that we were positioning the economy, having achieved the title that no country would want to have been the third indebted country in the world. So the fact that we can talk about being prepared somewhat for the impact of this pandemic, in my view, has to be placed within the context of that 21-month prior and the work that was done to position us. Now, there are those who say no one saw COVID-19 coming. No one could have anticipated this. There's a view that, there are those who hundreds of years ago might have thought. Senator Rogers? you read the books, you know. But there's one that I believe, the one who is sovereign and omniscient, that knew it. And therefore, I am very, very satisfied today that things would have changed the way they did, because God forbid that we would have a 2021 going through COVID-19, 2020, 2021 going through COVID-19 with the kind of leadership that we saw prior to June 2018. God forbid, Mr. President. So when we seek to set this landscape, and when we seek to put things into perspective, let us not ever discount the work that was done before. Mr. President, this economy was on a trajectory to realize a 6% surplus. Actually, by March 2020, we had achieved 5.7 million. I think that's the number that was shared with me. So it was supposed to have been 600 million. It was 5.7, 500, I think it was 0.7. We didn't get the full 600 million, the 6%, because obviously having now to adjust based on COVID. But it was on that path. Up comes COVID-19. So when we stand in this chamber now in March 2021 to speak on these estimates, and to speak on this appropriation bill, we're doing so cognizant that the last 12 years, yes, the last 12 months, yes, have been rough. Oh my goodness, have been rough for all areas of this economy. Government got it right sometimes, and sometimes, in my view, yes, we didn't get it right. But overall, we are in a much better place today to deal with the issues because of that work that was done before. So when I look then at the estimates, I see a plan, a strategy to re-engineer now for growth. I see a plan, Mr. President, sir, that looks at what I call the internal agenda and the external agenda. I'm trying to look at it from a very macro perspective. And there are a few ministries that I've singled out to share a few thoughts around. And before I get into the issue of the small business and business in general, still a part of my introduction, Mr. President. I listened to the opposition, and the two opposition members don't ever, in my view, Mr. President, disappoint me. That's the truth. They don't disappoint. And I sought to really put them, into history. What could I identify to help me to understand them? And no, not going to Shakespeare. I heard the leader of government business. I hear his comments. But they remind me, Mr. President, of that English fairy tale about Henny Penny. Henny Penny. They remind me about that English fairy tale. I think in the U.S. is referred to as Chicken Little. And here is a children's story where Henny Penny, Mr. President, was out in the field and an acorn dropped on her head. And this acorn dropped on her head. She didn't look around. She didn't pay attention to what it was. But immediately conjured up this concept that the sky is falling. The sky is falling. The sky is falling. And Henny Penny was able to go and get Cocky Locky and Goosey Poosey and Turkey Lurkey and Foxy Woxy and all of these, was able to convince them to go to the king because the sky is falling, the sky is falling. And as we said, the opposition don't disappoint me. No, I'm not calling anybody on that side Henny Penny. I'm not calling anyone there Henny Penny. I definitely will not call the member in his seat Cocky Locky. But I will say, Mr. President, you can expect to hear from them the sky is falling. The alarm goes up, the sky is falling. When you look at the environment we're in, a simple matter is, you know. But the sky is falling. And that reminds me so much of my good colleague, my friend over there. The sky is falling. Set all kind of alarm. Remember yesterday, I was wondering what economy was the honorable member talking about? The sky is falling, the sky is falling. Mr. President, there is no alarm here. There is no alarm. There is no, I will not call the honorable member cocky lucky, but Henny Penny did go to cocky lucky first. To you know, try to convert them with this ideology, I call it. But what is it we have before us this afternoon? Mr. President, re-engineering for growth. It was not lost on me that in the other place, the Ministry of Small Business, Entrepreneurship, and Energy, and the Ministry of International Business and Industry were the two ministries that led the presentations on this appropriation bill. That wasn't lost on me. I thought that was fortuitous. I thought that sent a signal to anyone looking on that we're looking to these two ministries to really drive growth going forward. I interpreted it that way, Mr. President. The Ministry of Energy, Small Business and Entrepreneurship, the Ministry of Industry, and International Business. Because the facts are, we've been talking about tourism. I don't listen to their sides. Can't hear him. We talk about tourism, and yes, for decades, everybody's been, we need to diversify, we need to diversify. We know that. We know that there's a need for diversification. It will not happen, though, by the snap of a finger. It is a process for you really to develop, sunrise industries, for you to develop industries. You need time. You need a legislative apparatus. You need investment. You need training to get competent labor and so on. So it takes time. But the fact that these two were, in my view, placed there on the very first day said something to me, sent a clear message to me, that we're looking for these to help with the internal agenda and what I call the external agenda. And so, what do we look to these ministries for? The internal agenda, first of all. One, to facilitate the competitiveness of firms. And those of you who've done your various master's programs and all that, you know of Michael Porter's work on the competitiveness of nations and how a nation is determined to be competitive. You must have competitive advantage. You must be able to develop industries domestically that are able to innovate to the point where the goods and the services being produced are competitive enough that they can hold market share when you obviously have to encourage, or when you have to receive, I should say, the imports from other countries. You must be able to position your internal industries, your domestic industries, to be innovative and to be competitive, to give you competitive advantage. And so the internal agenda I saw was to facilitate the competitiveness of firms, sir, to facilitate also the creation of further economic activity. Tourism will always be, in my view, for the foreseeable future, the low-hanging fruit. Let's not kid ourselves. This will be the low-hanging fruit. But what are some of the other things that we can do now to help with the competitiveness of our firms and to further create and to stimulate economic activity? And so when I look at the work being proposed by the Ministry of Energy, Small Business and Entrepreneurship, and by the Ministry of Industry and International Business, I see an effort towards achieving that. I see, first of all, when it comes to generating economic activity, I see the focus, Mr. President, on decriminalizing our vendors, for example. I see the focus on making sure that our vendors and those who aspire at this point in time to turn that gifting they have, that ability they have, to monetize that, to commercialize that they can find a place in vending. For too long, Mr. President, as you know, this sector of our economy has had its challenges with the law. We can't blame the law, but the law, our police officers will only enforce what is on the statute books. So we need to be able to come up now with a legislative regime that allows them to ply their trade, that allows them to make an honest living from vending, a safe living from vending. I support, Mr. President, relooking how we treat to those on the highway. I don't like the idea, to be honest with you, of having lots of vendors on the highway, on our ABC highway. I think it is dangerous. I think it is extremely dangerous. And so I look forward to the opportunity when we'll have, Mr. President, specific locations identified off the highway that we can have cohorts of persons who can set up and vend and ply their trade. I think that will help with the economic activity we're talking about. And Mr. President, the truth is, what COVID-19 has shown us is that while the planes were parked and the hotels were closed for the most part, the fact is we were relying on our vendors. We were relying on those in the agricultural sector in particular to provide our food for us. So it tells me that our vendors can assist with that food security, and might I add, that nutritional security that we want to see. I mean, I'm sure all of us would agree that it's a lot healthier for us to buy from our local farmers than for us to even buy the imported vegetables. So we're not just talking about food security, we're talking about nutritional security as well. And I heard the Minister of Agriculture in the other place speak to the land that is being provided for our farmers to assist with this effort. I think it is called FEED, the FEED program, and other projects within the Ministry of Agriculture. But this definitely will help us to encourage a number of persons now to go into self-employment type activity and therefore create economic activity for our country. Mr. President, but it doesn't stop there. Beyond the focus on our vendors, we know that there are a number of micro firms in the formal and informal economy that are also benefiting at this time and stand to benefit at this time from the work being done by the ministry. It includes the stimulus support that has been identified, that has been provided primarily through the Barbados Trust Fund Limited and Fund Access. And a lot of these are at the micro level. Now, Mr. President, let me stick a pin here. The truth is, I've heard a lot of people talk about small businesses. I tell you, it is now such a common part of our lexicon. Lots of people talking about it. I'm of the view, Mr. President, a lot of people don't understand this sector. It seems to be the sexy thing to talk about now. From where I sit, wearing another hat, I have been through, had to work with, rather, correct my language, I've had to work with about 7 ministers responsible for small business. 7. Wearing another hat, Mr. President. 7. Some listened, some didn't listen. Some felt they knew. Clearly they didn't know. I said I've been through 7. I've worked with 7. I've had to relate to 7 in my lifetime thus far as an administrator in this sector. Okay? Mr. President, I've seen a lot, I've heard a lot. I am satisfied that what I'm seeing in the ministry brief from this ministry presents the most ambitious and innovative programs to help with the development of the MSME sector in the foreseeable future. I am satisfied, having worked with about 7 of them, that what we're seeing, what I've seen at least in the ministry brief at this point in time for 2021, 2022, represent that. Now, I would also hasten to add, not naive about this fact, that the challenge often for us isn't the ability to come up with ideas. The challenge isn't often the ability to conceptualize solutions to the problems and so on that we have, but I know that often the ability is for us to implement. So I am hopeful that we will see the need and the necessities will be there in the ensuing year for us to be very assertive and strategic about our implementation agenda. But I'm satisfied that we're seeing the kind of programs that are needed for the sector at this time. So I talked about vending. Let's share a few others. I said it wasn't going to be long, Mr. President. The capitalization of these 2 entities that I spoke about, I think Senator Boyce asked about this in his presentation. Mr. President, can you imagine that the last administration had elected not to fund access? This was actually a policy decision to discontinue funding this agency. Now, this is counter to an administration's understanding of how critical this sector is to the economy. And so I am pleased, therefore, when I saw that there was a reversal of that policy decision. Granted, I was a part of an organization, I helped with the lobbying for that to change. But you cannot have a critical entity like a fund access not being capitalized by the state. Now, I agree that there are other opportunities that an organization like that caters more to the small business category within the sector, that there are opportunities for an agency like that to pursue other sources of capital. I know, for example, that the European Investment Bank has been having discussions, Mr. President, on how an organization like that can finance micro financial institutions like a fund access in Barbados. So I encourage that something like that ought to be pursued. But you cannot have the state turning a blind eye to an organization like Fund Access. And so my data indicates that $6.5 million have been provided to Fund Access to assist with providing capital, especially for those at the small business level. But it doesn't stop there. This is the borrowings that we heard about earlier. Had it not been for those borrowings, then we couldn't do these things. The trust fund that was created back in 2018, in my view, as I assess the market, caters more to the micro category of firms. All right? Usually coming out of the informal sector, they are, yes, encouraged to go and set up their trading names and so on, but they're usually at the micro level. So $5,000 and $10,000 can assist them in giving a start. And so that organization, Mr. President, yes, received 9.5 for the 2020-21 period, but since its inception has received $24.5 million. $24.5 million, what did it do with it? Mr. President, 3,330 persons have received loans, those small loans, $5,000 loans, $10,000 for a few, to help them get a start. And remember, I'm talking about the internal agenda. So these are firms that are providing goods and services in the domestic space. These are not those exporting, I'll get to that. But these are operating in the domestic space, primarily coming from the informal sector. Yes, registering their trading name, but they are primarily micro firms, less than 5 employees. And the data suggests, Mr. President, that of that 33 and 30 individuals, 1592 were males and 1738 were females. And one of the reasons why I really admire this organization, despite what persons in the press would try to suggest, why I admire the trust fund is the only agency I know that they have more female recipients than males. Now that is significant. I said that sometime before. It is significant because the traditional financial institutions, all the data shows, regional and international data, tend not to see female-owned businesses as a good risk. Matter of fact, there's been some research done to try to correct that and to try to encourage that financial institutions set aside funding and consider more female recipients. But the trust fund has been doing that since its inception. The majority of the recipients have been female-owned businesses. Now this, Mr. President, goes to that internal agenda that I referred to earlier. But what else is the ministry doing besides the vending issues and besides making sure that those agencies are properly capitalized to provide funding? We've started some work, and I say we now wearing another hat, Mr. President, on a junior stock exchange. And you would have seen the estimates, information that the ministry is working with 2 organizations, one of which I represent and another the Barbados Stock Exchange, to get this project off the ground once and for all. Once and for all, Mr. President, so that while we are working on those at the lower level, meaning the smaller grouping, the smaller firms, that we're also putting in place the mechanism to access funding for the bigger firms, those at the medium level now, and those that are the well-structured small firms. Why? The fact is, while the state will try to take care of those at the micro firm, we have now to look at other types of capital for those that are well-structured. Those that have their board of directors in place, their governance arrangements in place, that have their strategic plans in place, those that are employing 25 and 50 persons, we need to be able to help them to access capital as well. And so you see that this ministry has, as a part of the work plan for 2021-2022, the establishment of that stock exchange, and the organization that I represent and the Barbados Stock Exchange, Mr. President, would have done significant work on preparing the paper to operationalize this concept in Barbados. It's been talked about for a while. But we're looking forward now with the ministry as a key partner in this to be able to get this off the ground. And then another area that is of significance to me, and Mr. President, allow me if I crave your indulgence, is this work. This is a body of work. National policy framework for the sector. This is a body of work, Mr. President, that I had the pleasure of leading a team to create. I was the chair of the committee that developed this policy framework for Barbados. And while this was done, Mr. President, for some time, there was no strategy to support this policy document. And this policy document, I believe you would have heard the minister responsible for small business in the other place talk about the collateral registry. It's here in this work that was done. How can we improve the access to finance, and not only the collateral registry, but we also propose the some sort of loan default insurance scheme that can be considered for those who access funding of a particular amount. We also talked, Mr. President, of a credit bureau system that would help in giving us some sort of evaluation tool for those that will come for funding for their businesses. But in these estimates, the proposal has been made to have now the strategy that will support this work. And so we commend this, because we need now to be able to have a strategy document, Mr. President, that gives credence to this policy work, that would help us now to implement the proposals that have been proffered here. Not only access to financing, Mr. President, but the policy document talked about market access, competitiveness, and productivity. It talked about the development of entrepreneurial skills, knowledge, and competencies through education and training. How can we revolutionize that? It also talked about ensuring that the legislative and regulatory framework and the business support apparatus in place helps to move firms from being informal to formal. Because another piece of work, and you've heard me quote from this, Mr. President, several times before, another piece of work that we did back in 2016, people talking about the sector, but there was no data. There was no data. We were able to get funding through the Ministry of Labor project supported by the EU to do this research. And I sat with consultants and created the variables. What are the things that we wanted to test? Because for too long we have just been pontificating about numbers, and we needed to have quantitative data. But the information here showed that whereas we had over 9,000 formal firms, and these are formal firms, and when people quote this, they need to recognize and remember that they're talking about formal firms. The work done by Salises showed that an equal amount of businesses operated in the informal sector. So whereas there were over 9,500 formal firms, Salises would have predicted in the report to us that an equal amount of firms operated informally. And so the policy document for us, Mr. President, sought to address this issue. Now, the economists will always tell me, and I understand the concept that there will always be some informality, some inefficiency, they call it, in the economy. You're not going to have a perfect system. There will be some inefficiency in the economy. And that being the case, you will not be able to get all businesses operating formally. There will be some informality. But that's fine. We understood that. But we wanted to be able to get as many firms as possible transitioning from the informal economy to becoming formal, to becoming structured, that we not only would have data on them, but we can better provide the services, the technical assistance and the support services for them. And so this policy document, Mr. President, proposed that we would put in place that framework to help us to do just that. And the document, looking at what was done in the UK, where every year in the UK, small businesses had to update their information, like a registration process. We were proposing 2 years in the first instance. And every 2 years, then you'll have an updating of that information so that you would have always an accurate set of data on the firms operating within the sector. So this, Mr. President, represented significant work that was done. So I look forward then, when I look at the brief from the ministry, to see the development of the strategy that will give life to what has been proposed there. And the other point about helping with the capacity at the informal level, at the internal level, is the role of the Energy Smart Fund. And this is now the second iteration of this. I recall being a stakeholder in the various workshops that were held with the Smart Fund 1, looking at the performance of that, being a part of the debriefing and so on as the ministry got ready for Smart Fund 2. And one of the components of it that I commend is the ability to get our small and medium firms more so to conduct those audits on their businesses, and so to be able to retrofit their operation, especially the small manufacturers, those that are in agriculture, agro-processing, and the like. Many in the industrial estates, many operating with, a home-style business, the nail techs and the cosmetologists and so on, to retrofit the barbers and all that then they can draw on the resources of the fund to change out the lights and the like. Right? This is going to help them to obviously reduce their energy costs, help them to become a lot more efficient, and at the end of the day, when you can reduce your energy costs, when you can reduce the cost of inputs, Mr. President, it is going to help with the bottom line for sure. So again, another area that I highly commend based on the brief that I would have read. So I think, as I conclude on this first point, that the work being done, the work being proposed by the Ministry of Energy, Small Business, and Entrepreneurship, and Mr. President, I can go on, I think it was Lil Rick that had a song that said, I can't call all. Can't call all. The truth is I can't call all. Because there's so much being proposed that will help firms in the domestic space to build capacity. There's going to be a new MSME piece of legislation that will come soon to be debated, and that piece of legislation, Mr. President, is supposed to not only give proper definition to the various sections of the sector, but also look to see how can government through the legislative apparatus really enfranchise the sector more. So I know that quite a bit is planned by this ministry to help with facilitating the competitiveness of firms and creating more economic activity for us here. Let me move on to my second point then, Mr. President. And that has to do with what I call the external agenda. And the work proposed by the Ministry of Industry, and the industry component more so, the industry unit more so, is being focused on how can we internationalize our firms. Now, whereas we talk a lot about decriminalizing vending and the work being done by the trust fund and so on, all of this is good. This, however, is at what we call the micro level. This is at the micro level. Those well-structured small firms and medium enterprises are not really catered to in these programs. Those firms that are exporting, and this information would have suggested that some 38.8% of the sector was involved in exports. But they were primarily small and medium enterprises. They were not micro firms, and micro firms tend to cater to the domestic market. So the question then is, how do we help those firms to internationalize? In other words, how do we get them exporting now? Because while we're creating economic activity for our small businesses, for our micro businesses, for our, the brands, the categories that we know we talk about all the time, the barbers and the cosmetologists, the small retailers, the small shops, those in the catering business, the small restaurants and such like. They are catering to the domestic space. They're not going to export. They're not going to be really ever, I can't say ever, they may graduate to be, but they're not currently exporting. We still have to take care of those that are. Those that have been able to develop a product that can go beyond these shores. There's some who leapfrog. There's some who don't focus on the domestic market at all, but leapfrog the domestic space straight to the export market. How can we help them? And I think this is where the work now of that industry unit in the Ministry of Industry and International Business comes in. Because there's been significant work done by the late Professor Owen Arthur on a new industrial policy for Barbados. And this policy document proposed the creation of a Sustainable Industrial Development Act, which at its core, Mr. President, focuses on how to get those businesses either with the potential to export or currently exporting to grow their market share, to grow their operations. And so we look forward in the ensuing year to the work being done, or to be done by this unit, as we seek now with that external agenda to help our businesses to maximize the opportunities for export. So what are some of the things being contemplated? So what are some of the industries, the areas being contemplated? I saw in the brief from the Ministry of Agriculture, go back to agriculture again, Mr. President, the proposal for the black belly sheep as a sunrise industry. The black belly sheep, we've talked about this for a while. For a while, we've been talking about how we can monetize this. There's been some work done by the Center for Entrepreneurship and Food Security at UWI. I remember being a part of the launch of this major project. This land that has been provided in St. Thomas to help us to build out that. What is contemplated in there is that there will be an opportunity to develop the black belly sheep into the production of various products, bags and leather belts and shoes and so on. I remember visiting the office at UWI and seeing some of the samples there. This has significant opportunity as an export product that we must, at this time, monetize. And I know that there's some work being done. I know, Mr. President, sir, that the minister would have shared this in the other place. And I commend this effort and look forward to seeing the byproducts to come from the black belly sheep. But not only that, I also took note that we are moving from a sugar industry. The proposal is to have a sugarcane industry, and I support that again. Why? I read an IADB report, Mr. President, that suggested back in 2017 the world price of sugar was around US $0.12. In other words, 12 cents. 12 cents. And the report indicated that Guyana, which is touted as one of the most efficient in terms of managing a sugar industry, one of the most efficient countries in using their resources and so on, could not even produce sugar at 12 cents. They were at 40 cents. They were at 40 cents. Now, if Guyana was at 40 cents, we know where Barbados would be. So the fact is, we must all agree that sugar in its traditional form is no longer sustainable, and therefore we have to transform this particular industry to a sugarcane industry. And so the ministry is now looking at the creation, if you will, of a sugarcane industry, where the planting of sugarcane will be increased. I believe it is about 60% over the next few years, to be able to provide molasses specifically for our rum industry and other value-added products, I'm sure. And to be able to provide sugar directly to the consumer at retail prices. So this too will help, in our view, to strengthen our export focus. But it doesn't stop there, Mr. President. It doesn't stop there. I had the opportunity to look at some of the data on our export within CARICOM. And between 2015 and 2019, the data show that Barbados exported to CARICOM 259 million, this is for 2015, 259 million in exports 2019, growing each year to 304 million by 2019. So that tells me that there's some potential for growth within the CARICOM region. Okay? Contrastingly, our imports from CARICOM were at 682 million in 2015. And that figure dropped by 2019 to 578 million. Rounding it off, obviously. That says to me that based on this data, we begun to see a decline in our imports, while at the same time we saw an increase in our exports. Now, we don't have a trade surplus with CARICOM, the wider CARICOM. We've always had with the OECS. I didn't have any data on that, but we've always had with the OECS. But the fact is, it tells me that there is some room for export growth. And so the thrust towards the internationalization of our firms, building capacity at the domestic level that our firms can really consider the export market is a step in the right direction. So the efforts towards improving the work at the Barbados National Standard Institute, that is critical. The effort towards making sure that we have an appropriate lab that can do the testing and certification for our products, that is also, in my view, commendable. And then let me stick a pin here to make a side point on this one. That I was very disappointed, Mr. President, to learn, I'm aware of this, that prior, with the last administration, we lost significantly on an opportunity through an IADB loan for us to build out our own lab that would allow us to do testing, that would allow us to make sure that, that we provide for our small firms, in particular, our medium firms in particular, who want to export their goods, but who have to meet, sanitary and phytosanitary standards for the export markets. We lost out on that opportunity. And so now the Ministry of Agriculture has put in these estimates provision for that kind of laboratory that will assist us in helping those in the agro-processing sector, helping those that are, producing condiments and other type of products and who want to export. The fact is that small firms, medium firms, would not have the capacity to invest in that on their own, but you have to meet international standards. You have to meet international standards, Mr. President, in order to access these markets. Somebody said about walking and chewing gum. This is really what it is. That yes, you're strengthening your domestic market, but at the same time, you have to incentivize your export market as well. You have to walk and chew gum. You have to cater to those who are at the small and medium level, who have outgrown to some extent the domestic space and need now to consider export markets for their goods and services. And the data shows, Mr. President, that the services sector in particular, the services sector represent a growth opportunity, has potential for significant exports amongst MSMEs. Actually, our data indicates when it comes to the export of goods and services that the majority of this is found within our services sector, more so than industry. Our bigger enterprises tend to monopolize the area of industry. So having this apparatus and having the focus on the internationalization of our firms, the technical assistance, I hope that will be provided again by the BIDC, the technical assistance program that they would have had, but more importantly, making sure we have our lab, making sure that we use the BNSI's programs to help with the development of standards and so on. These are critical. And then providing the kind of capital now that will help firms to export. So not only will the stock exchange assist with that, but the guarantee schemes that have been put in place by the central bank and the IADB, there is an enhanced guarantee system that this government would have been able to coordinate through the IADB, administered by the central bank, to help with those businesses now at the next tier of their growth and development who want to export. So this, Mr. President, I must commend, when I look at the estimates, when I look at the plans proposed by these ministries to help with our business sector. We all know that it is business that trades. I move on to my third point. And quickly now, because I said I'm not going to be too long.
You have 5 minutes more, Senator.
5 minutes. So in my final 5 minutes, Mr. President.
And our goals, very quickly, you have a lot to say.
Apparently. So I'll try to see if I can use 4. I need to make a quick point about the CSME. Now, this is another subject that is very, very, very dear to my heart. I heard the submission earlier by Senator Rogers about CARICOM. Mr. President, I remember I did a master's in science degree at UWI years ago. One of the best dissertations that I wrote was on the governance arrangement within CARICOM. This was a master's in integration studies. Matter of fact, I commend it to anyone who really has a love for the regional project, as I do. And while doing that research, it wasn't published. I hope that maybe I can still get it published. But while doing that research, you know, I guess it's because of a desire to really see us advance the regional project. We are going to be celebrating 50 years in another two years, I believe it is, shy of that, of our integration project. And still, Mr. President, we have so much yet to do. Now, in the quasi-government, Barbados is responsible for the CSME. And for years, very little has been done with regards to the CSME. For years, Mr. President, I believe strongly in production integration as a solution, as a response, as a tool to help us build our businesses across CARICOM, within the region. I believe it is Article 53 of the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas that speaks to production integration, and in very simple language, there was some work done on an industrial policy within CARICOM some years ago. In very simple language, what it envisions is that we are able to use the member states in a more strategic way in contributing to the industrialization effort of the Caribbean. And what do I mean by that? If it is that we have Suriname, Guyana, with the landmass, can we not grow our food? Can we not plant what is needed for the region there? If it is that we have Trinidad and Tobago with the energy resources, I think they control about 70% of the goods sold within CARICOM. Can we not consider them, Mr. President, to manage the manufacturing components? If it is that we have the Bahamas and Barbados that are known for their professional services, can we not, in strategizing, focus those two countries on those areas? If it is that we have St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Dominica and others that are able to give us some of the best ground provisions and some of the best crops, can we not look at that? Production integration, Mr. President, calls for the best allocation of resources across the member state based on the competitive advantage of each country. And for a while, those that can handle the transportation logistics. For a while, Mr. President, we have been on this. Now, time doesn't permit me, to go into what I have here, because I think I might be at 3 minutes by now. But I just want to quickly draw on this report, again, an IADB report, that looked at the status of CSME implementation. Okay? And it showed that the issue of the single market, 56%, Mr. President. So after us being at this now for a while, we still at 56% completion of the provisions relative to the single market. We are at 10% relative to the single economy. Now, as it relates to the legislative, the legal and institutional infrastructure, we are at 73%. So we can, feel good about that. At least we've done a lot better there in terms of trying to put various laws in place. I know that CARICOM Secretariat would have developed a number of draft pieces of legislation to try to get us to harmonize our laws across the member states. But Mr. President, to be at this point, the free movement of goods, 56%, the movement of temporary service providers, 30%, the free movement of persons, 70%. It tells me that we have still a long way to go. And it was the Grenades Declaration in 1989 where we had agreed as a region to really deepen our efforts at integration and recommit, as it were, to this program of integration. Mr. President, 2021, we are still here with so much to be done. Now we must, in conclusion, we must credit our current Prime Minister for at least recognizing the importance of the private sector in this integration project and encouraging the private sector to come together and create the CARICOM private sector organization that will now have a seat at the heads of government and associate member of the community. That, in my view, is a step in the right direction because it now places the private sector at the table to be able to plan and strategize. And I know that one of the deliverables that they would have been given is the ability to look at how we can reduce the import bill of the region over a period of time. Their import bill, I understand, is over $1 billion US. And so having a private sector organization that will focus on how can we reduce that import bill is significant. Might I add that as we look at production integration and the allocation of resources across the member states, that is going to help with the process. Because then we would be using each territory in a more strategic way. And I worked in the OECS, and I tell you, there's really no need for each of these small territories to invest, for example, in a brewery. That always used to boggle my mind. Each territory has a small brewery, right? When you can better, in my view, allocate your resources across CARICOM, across the member states, to produce more competitively for your people. Using your resources, drawing on the competitive advantage that each country brings to the table. So, Mr. President, I've been curtailed somewhat in the presentation. I still have a few more points. Not sure if I'm getting any indulgence. It doesn't look that way. I still have a few. I've not thought about government procurement as yet, Mr. President. Government procurement, I've not thought about that as yet. But nonetheless, I'm not getting a nod from you. I will seek to wrap up then to, to suggest that I commend this bill, Mr. Chairman. I think that the plans being proposed, I was speaking just now to the CSME unit within the Prime Minister's office, and the work that they have started, the work that is required as we go forward. I've not yet spoken about the Caribbean Export Development Agency and how this organization will really help with the export program of the region. I believe I'll come back to that at some other time, Mr. President, with your permission. But I want to really support the bill that is before us. And as I said, I think that it speaks to the re-engineering for growth that is needed at this point in time. It is a whole of country approach. That's what it really requires, a whole of country approach, making sure that it's not just the ministries, but all of civil society, the private sector, etc., are involved in helping now to re-engineer and put Barbados on a path of growth that is required. And with those words, Mr. President, I'm obliged.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Holder. We really appreciate it. Senator Maynard. Senator Mr. Maynard.
Thank you, Mr. President. I can assure the chamber that I will be brief. Mr. President, I rise today with a heavy heart, not because of the appropriations bill, but probably because of one of the consequences of COVID-19. Mr. President, in the last 6 weeks, we've lost 3 citizens, 2 of them very young, in road traffic accidents. They were all cyclists. And it's happened at a time when movements of persons were relatively restricted. And yet, 3 persons lost their lives while cycling. Was it avoidable? And are we doing enough? Are we doing enough to provide not only expanded highways and roadways, but are we providing enough safety for our pedestrians and our cyclists and our motorists? You can go into a top-end company selling vehicles here and buy a vehicle with collision warning and collision avoidance devices, but there's no such thing for bicycles. And I lament the fact that the NGOs are constantly speaking about road safety, but I've not heard any clamoring from anyone in government about road safety. If it's been said, Mr. President, I have not heard it. I looked at the estimates under the Ministry of Transport and Works and Water Resources, trying to find any line item for road safety. And the closest I could find was headed improvements to traffic management, $3 million. I would like to believe that somewhere within that item, there's a significant amount assigned to road safety for signage, not just hard signage, but what I call soft signage. In the not too distant past, Mr. President, I was in Toronto, and I sat for 20 minutes on a bench near the St. Lawrence Market because I was fascinated by a particular sign. And it was an electronic sign that was solar powered. And it monitored the speed of traffic that was coming towards the sign. And as you approach the sign, it told you what speed you're going at. And if your speed was close to the limit for the area, it turned red and it flashed. Mm-hmm. I can't tell you if there are consequences for speeding there or not, if you were photographed or you were fined, but simple things like that can save lives. And Mr. President, I implore us to educate everyone about road safety, starting in the schools, Mr. President. We have lost children while they were crossing roads, and it's unnecessary and it's avoidable. Mr. President, we will not achieve a zero death rate on our roads, but there are things that we can do to improve the outcomes. Our roads are narrow and our buildings are close to the roads, so we cannot have bicycle lanes on every road. But there are some roads where we could probably have designated bicycle lanes and have restrictions to vehicular traffic so that people can cycle and have safe recreation. Mr. President, it is not for ourselves, but for all. And this country needs to do it. We cannot afford to keep losing young people in circumstances where things should not have happened. Mr. President, the COVID-19 pandemic is not over. It is not over by any stretch of the imagination. And I am pleased to say that this government has not been asleep. It has not been a sleeping giant, and it has been doing incredible work in keeping this country safe from the ravages of COVID-19, but at great cost. I listened to Senator Cummings yesterday, Mr. President, lamenting the pain that she saw in a visit to this country who missed their flight and had to wait for a long time for a COVID test. But let me assure you that that was not unique to our visitors. Our patients in this country suffered similar consequences in much larger numbers. But I'm pleased to say that the problem has been resolved, and hopefully, if we are unfortunate enough to have another surge, such a problem will not happen again. Mr. President, when there's disruption in an activity, some of us will throw our hands in the air and decide that all is bad, but there are always opportunities. And the disruption that was caused by COVID-19 provides some opportunities for positive change, really positive things. There's been significant injection of capital into the QEH with the changing of obsolescent equipment and building out things which are needed. And government has spent probably close to $70 million on the efforts in COVID-19. And there's a wonderful facility in North Island called Harrison Point. And we know that COVID-19 will not last forever. What we should not do, Mr. President, is wait till we declare it is over and start to think of alternative uses for Harrison Point. We now know that even those persons who are deemed asymptomatic when they have COVID-19 do suffer consequences. And rehabilitation is big on the cards. And maybe it's food for thought for health tourism. Mr. President, the QEH is no longer located in Martindale's Road. It is at Harrison's Point. It's at every isolation hotel, and indeed, until recently, it was in a nursing home. So, the campus of the QEH has to have access to lab facilities in a timely fashion, and also access to radiological facilities. We saw that one of the requirements for COVID-19 treatment is always oxygen. And while this country never ran short on its supplies, it was clear that there was a need for the public sector to be able to generate more of its oxygen for its uses. So we now have in place an oxygen generator at Harrison's Point and new ones installed at the QEH. Mr. President, that is a great achievement. But I wish to make a plea, Mr. President. There is a CT scanner being installed at Harrison's Point. It's a wonderful piece of equipment. It is portable. I do not recall any other place in the English-speaking Caribbean having a portable CT scanner. And it would be a travesty, Mr. President, if we should convert it to a fixed site scanner. This country has a military field hospital, and I had the privilege of visiting it. It was an unbelievable experience, and I felt proud as a Barbadian that we had a military field hospital of that quality. There'd be no better device to complement that hospital, Mr. President, than having a portable CT scanner. Because whether we want to believe it or not, in time, we will have a natural disaster. The hurricanes will not always miss us. Eventually, Mr. President, we will be struck. So, if we have a military field hospital that is mobile, and we can set it up anywhere, what better complement can you have than have a portable scanner that you can move with it? And we will not necessarily deploy it in Barbados, it might be deployed in another Caribbean territory. So we must not destroy opportunities by dealing with the immediate needs, Mr. President. Mr. President, I listened to our Minister of Health, I think it was last week, speak to the fact that there was a study which was led by a Trinidadian professor that looked over a period of time at the cost of healthcare in Barbados. And I, in my own mind, I decided that it could not have been done alone, that it had to be done in conjunction with the planning unit of the Ministry of Health. So I took that as a given. But the minister declined to speak more to this because he felt that the timing was inappropriate, given the fact that it wasn't presented to cabinet. I believe, Mr. President, is a missed opportunity. There is no better time, Mr. President, to speak to costing and what health services cost than now. Within this estimate, Mr. President, I see that the QEH under a line item will be having a reduced budget. It means, therefore, we have to look for cost savings. And it's important that everyone in this country, citizens and others, understand that every time you see a doctor or nurse or have an activity, there is an associated cost. And we need to make sure that all present know what the costs are, because they have to be paid. So as early as possible, Mr. President, I look forward to hearing what that study, which unfortunately is now 2 years old, reveals. Mr. President, we need not only to look at costs, but outcomes. There's no point telling us what it costs to treat breast cancer or prostate cancer if you don't simultaneously look at outcomes. You may be wasting money or not doing the right thing. So you have to also know what outcomes do you get when you treat a particular disease in a particular way. Is it the best spend of your money? I'm sure that there's research that's already been done, but there's a lot to be done, and there's lots of data collected, and we need to get it out there so that people understand why things are being done and the reason for change, because we are all resistant to change. One of the consequences, Mr. President, of the chronic non-communicable diseases in Barbados is a high incidence of renal failure. And our government, our hospital spends close to $20 million a year treating patients with renal failure, specifically with hemodialysis. $20 million. Out of a budget, last year I think the budget was $147 million, and we spent almost $20 million treating hemodialysis. And it's almost shameful, Mr. President, that you could spend $20 million treating as treatment for a condition, and there's no one assigned to manage that budget. It's the single biggest line item on the QEH budget list. If you had a company that had a throughput of $20 million, you would have a board. You would have multiple managers, and yet we don't have a manager. How can we save money? How can we sit down and say the private sector can do it cheaper than us? We don't manage it. So I would like to suggest in this chamber, Mr. President, that somebody seriously thinks about appointing a manager to manage that $20 million budget and look for some cost savings. We might save more lives. Lastly, Mr. President, I want to speak briefly on the A&E department. Senator Haynes spoke of the positives, and I do not wish to dwell on the negatives. But every time, Mr. President, there is the inkling of bad weather, that we have a system in the east, there are fears about flooding. And we know that currently there's lots of work being done on the Constitution River, and it's being dredged and widened. But there's always this threat of storm surge. And those of us who understand the QEH know that there's a ground floor, which is on the eastern side, and a lower ground floor. And the accident emergency department is on the lower ground floor. So whenever there's a threat of a hurricane, we have to evacuate the accident emergency department and move it upstairs. I am dismayed, Mr. President, that the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance assigned over $11 million to do an accident emergency department expansion, and it is built at ground level. So when we get a natural disaster, Mr. President, and there's some storm surge, we have to evacuate it just as before. That makes a lot of sense, Mr. President. We pay professionals, Mr. President, to advise and to do the construction. But as we speak, Mr. President, in that same building that was supposed to be delivered at the end of this month, there are walls being cut to widen the doorways so they can get the equipment in. It's a disgrace, Mr. President. It's a disgrace because government has paid and will continue to pay for the mistakes. So I have to ask, Mr. President, who is responsible? It is not a lie, Mr. President. It is true. Government, in the most difficult of times, found the money with the commitment from its manifesto to improve the A&E service, and they've built the building. So we have to ask those who built the building, why are you doing these things, and why are there so many changes? What is wrong? And what went wrong, Mr. President? Mr. President, some time ago I spoke in this chamber about the expansion of A&E, and I warned that we could build a nice, comfortable, beautiful building that is safe, and now it has considerations for COVID-19. But if you don't fix the problems of flow, it will become a place where you can wait for a long time in a nice, comfortable environment. We've not fixed the problems of flow. I accept that, excuse me, I accept that COVID-19 has thrown a lot of things off track. and we've had to change policy, like for example, not bringing patients with COVID-19 into the hospital. Some regard that as a victory, where we now admit patients with COVID-19, but it was a natural consequence of learning as we went along. In the beginning, everyone was afraid, and now, a year on, we have more knowledge, and we realize that we can more safely manage patients in that environment, in a controlled environment, and then possibly transfer them to Harrison Point if necessary. Mr. President, if we spend the money, we must get what we spent it for. And along with that, Mr. President, we have to make sure that when we spend the money for a project, that we are clear about what we want to achieve. And if we prepare the pathway that we will finish the project, the consequences of it is improved health care. I dare say, Mr. President, I wait to see when the new A&E is open with all the fanfare, what difference it will make to John Public who goes to the Accident and Emergency Department. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Mr. Maynard. Senator Greenwich.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sir, we were treated in this chamber to some extremely good contributions. Indeed, sir, we have had to assimilate a lot of good information. All of the speeches given in this assembly, sir, were excellent speeches and with solid information. Now, Mr. President, my memory of estimates debates when I was in the lower house, and indeed, sir, at the same time, knowing what went on in the upper house during the debate on the appropriation bill, so those debates were massively political. They were extremely fiery, and you can bear me up with that, sir. Fiery. And as I commence my short speech, sir, I have to say that someone between today and tomorrow must make a political speech. A speech that creates a little uneasiness somewhere. A speech that creates a little trouble somewhere. I'll leave it at that for the moment. Mr. President, when I left my office this morning, I was asked, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Senate. Again, you went there yesterday? I said, yes, I not only have to go there today, but I have to go there tomorrow, Friday too. And then the question was, what are y'all debating that is so important that you have to go there for 3 days? I said the appropriation bill. And then I had to explain what that is. And to let them know that appropriation really means the act of providing money. And to appropriate, all it means is to set aside, to allocate, and to reserve money for the respective ministries and the respective government agencies. That is what it is all about. So in a way, I had my visa to go. Now, Mr. President, the appropriation bill in the Senate is one of the few instances where senators are allowed to speak on any topic under the sun. Any topic. You can speak on agriculture, education, tourism, foreign affairs. You can speak about customs, the gymnasium, defense force, the law courts, the bus stand, the NCF, Prime Minister's office, everything. And why? Simply because the money is to provide funding and financing for every single aspect of government, which makes the debate as wide as possible. You can criticize the Prime Minister during the estimates debate, and you would not be off topic. You would not be off topic. You can criticize government, any arm of government, and you will not be off topic. But I caution the critics that there is money in the estimates too for the office of the opposition as well. And therefore, sir, I may have to throw a stone or two in that direction. You got to make it a bit uncomfortable and uneasy. Mr. President, this morning when Senator Sands came in, he spoke and he said that Barbados was doing well. He said that this country of ours was doing extremely well until COVID cat-spraddled our economy. And I agree with him. And this has been, sir, the most challenging period perhaps the world has ever experienced. COVID has devastated economies. It has wiped out jobs. Yesterday we heard how Senator Springer was speaking, and he said how it has disrupted children's education. We know for sure, sir, it has disrupted people's savings. It has changed lifestyles all over the world. All over the world. COVID has affected every single country. In some instances, within certain countries, COVID has impacted every parish, every municipality, every county, every borough in some countries. COVID has had, Mr. President, a negative impact on every economy in the world. And may I remind certain persons, sir, that Barbados is not part of another world. It belongs to this world, and Barbados will not end up unscathed. Where Barbados is concerned, sir, our hospitality industry crashed. Our tourism sector was decimated. Perhaps eliminated is a better description of what happened. There was no work, sir, for those in tourism. And indeed, once you remove the mainstay of our economy, this had a ripple effect Thanks.
Yes, sir.
This had a ripple effect on many businesses in the country. Many businesses had to shut down, had to shut the doors. Small businesses, Mr. President, were brought to their knees. Some of them were never reopened, and perhaps will never reopen. And where there was a reopening, Mr. President, what used to be full-time work is now just part-time, and indeed, sometimes no time at all. You know, so we heard yesterday when Senator Cummings spoke, and she spoke with passion about those 35,000 persons in the tourist industry. And she told us how many of them could not feed their families and could not pay their bills. But today, Senator Franklin, he found it necessary to say that this government does not care about the workers of our country. This is what his opinion is. And we know all along that this government has been trying its best and doing its best for the workers of Barbados. You know, sir, in a way, what government is doing with this appropriation bill, with these estimates, it is the same thing which that young housewife who works at the gas station, who works at Chefette, who works at as a security guard, who works at the NCC, who works as a young teacher. It's the same thing that that person has to do on a weekly basis or on a monthly basis. The only difference is scale. That's the only difference, the scale on which you have to do it. Because that person, that young lady, she has to sit down and she has to say, this here I'm putting here, this is for the 2 children's private lessons. This is for groceries. This is for bus fare. But wait. I can't get my hair done this week. I can't buy a new outfit this month. This is what she has to sit down and do. Government does the same thing. The only difference, it is on a big scale. Government is like a major housewife in this regard. And when you look at the estimates, and they speak to priority, they speak to which arm of government will get the lion's share of government's expenditure. Education, we understand that. Health. So when I think of health and what health had to go through, what else could they get but a lion's share? The money you have to now pay for things like vaccines and PPEs. And as Senator Maynard was saying, the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, and the isolation center, and there are nurses from Guyana and nurses from Cuba. And there's the best Dos Santos over there. I mean, and Senator Rogers spoke this morning about the need for more money for mental health to deal with the stress and so on. You have to see why health would have to take a lion's share on this occasion. And yesterday too, I was heartened to hear when Senator Nurse spoke. And Senator Nurse said that there is need for efficiency in government spending. And I nodded in approval, because government recognizes that this cannot be a time for splurging. It cannot be a time for wastage. Now more than ever, Mr. President, every single dollar counts. Every dollar counts. Mr. President, there is very little room for flexibility. And funds allocated in these estimates to respective ministries must be utilized as prudently as possible. Indeed, I'm told, sir, that ministries were asked to see if they could find ways of reducing their expenses so that government could get some elbow room to put money where it is most needed. There can be no splurging. Every dollar counts now. And as I said, sir, at some stage someone will have to make a political speech. In terms of leadership, Senator Holder just a few minutes ago said you have to give credit where credit is due, where leadership is concerned. She said that there is now prudence in the management of our affairs. We have to commend our leader, our Prime Minister, our Minister of Finance. We have to. I can tell you, sir, that most Barbadians have realized that our present Prime Minister is a good, more importantly, a hard-working and a caring Prime Minister. And I believe that there are hundreds of them when they say their prayers at night, they do remember her in their prayers. Senator Maynard just a few minutes ago said this government has not been sleeping. This government has not been sleeping. Because here is a Prime Minister, sir, who up front, she admits to having her own health challenges, tells the island, tells the country. And she worked hard in spite of it. Who admits that sometimes she has sleepless nights worrying about managing this country. Who meets sometimes a day with 10 or 12 persons or organizations on a daily basis. And you know, sir, I don't know Senator Cummings and Senator McConnell remember. About a month ago, sitting at the lunch table, they were commenting on the number of meetings that they had to go to with the Prime Minister. And that was only with them. And she has so many others that she meets with as well. And they were talking about the hours that they have to go to these meetings. Always working. Always working. The Prime Minister, sir, that put pen to paper to contact the Prime Minister of India to obtain vaccines for Barbadians. Not for any Bs, not for the Bs, not for the Ds, for Barbadians. For Barbadians. You know what Senator Cummings was saying yesterday? nor us and them, for all Barbadians. In fact, sir, we were able to access vaccines before many developed countries. Yes, before some of the leading countries of this world. Barbados had the vaccine, all because of a prime minister who works. And while all that is going on, she could still find time to pay this country's debt, which was due to the University of the West Indies. And I heard with my own ears Sir Hilary Beckles on the television, and he said it 3 times. Thank you, Prime Minister Motley. Thank you, Prime Minister Motley. Thank you, Prime Minister Motley. While all that was going on, she still paid her debt. A Prime Minister, Mr. President, who has put various measures in place to prevent vulnerable persons from being destroyed by this pandemic. We know of the $600 survival grant for those in dire need. Senator Springer spoke about providing technological devices for our school children who didn't have. She introduced things like the Adopt a Family, that program, and many other initiatives. Many other initiatives. But the point I want to make, sir, is that COVID should not be a political debate. COVID should not be a political debate. But some persons are so blinkered that they do not see the wider picture. These, Mr. President, are uncharted waters. COVID was and still is something unknown to the world. Our Prime Minister is learning about COVID on the job. Sir, there is no textbook. There is no reference book. There is no manual. There is no handbook for her to follow. There is no body of law, Mr. President, which tells her which vaccine is better than which. No body of law that tells her when to open up and when to shut down. She is learning on the job like Kenny Rogers, the gambler. When to walk away and when to run. All that she's doing on the job. We are operating, sir, by guess and by God. She's operating by guess and by God. COVID is not like calculus. It is not like mathematics. It is not like accounts. When you put 7 and 4 together, you always get out 11. You always get out 11. COVID is not like that. We are operating by guess and by God. You know, Mr. President, some of us were born to criticize, but we can't take criticism. We can't take criticism. We were hearing in here today that government allowed those who had COVID to come into Barbados and do as they like. We heard that in here. And thankfully, Senator Walker did not allow that person to get away with it. But regardless of how well you perform, sir, Regardless of how well you perform, some will criticize you. And still, sir, you know, we would be naive to believe that those persons would ever say that this government has performed well. We would be naive to believe that they would ever say that. These critics, they say that they can do better. They know what should be done at every stage. They are COVID professionals, sir. There are COVID technicians, sir. There are skilled practitioners in the field of COVID. They know everything, sir. Everything. You know, I read a newspaper report about 2 or 3 weeks ago in which one person that we know very well was saying it is mere fault. She should resign. He called on her to resign. We heard that, sir. Today, that same person went as far as to say that every person who died of COVID after January the 1st died as a result of government's negligence. We heard that today, sir. We heard that today. Sir, sometimes I wonder why there are some people out there who are actually, you wouldn't believe me, sir, who are actually singing the praises of COVID. You wouldn't believe that, sir. Of course, there are those who will always want to make political mileage out of COVID. And when I hear them speaking, sir, I wonder why the euphoria. I wonder why is it that there's a twinkle in their eye because of COVID. I wonder why the high fives, why the glee, why the merriment, why are they on cloud 9 because of COVID? Sir, I want those persons to know that COVID knows no blue, no yellow, or no red shirt. Or green. As Senator Cummins said yesterday, it is not about us and them. So what our Prime Minister has to do is to play the hand that she has been dealt. Play that hand as best she can. She inherited a dysfunctional government on the brink of destruction. And now COVID lands on top of that. And sir, I personally shudder to think what would have happened to Barbados if she did not put her reassuring hands to the wheel. Mr. President, I remember on New Year's Day 2020, and there was a cartoon in one of our local newspapers, and that cartoon had our Prime Minister driving a car. And the cartoon said words to the effect that she was indeed driver of the year 2019. I considered it, sir, to be an acknowledgement that she had dealt masterfully with most of the issues of that year. I ask your permission, sir, to allow me to continue with that metaphor, that imagery of driving. Mr. President, if you see her before you do, tell her for me, that she has proven herself to be an amazingly competent driver. Tell her for me, Mr. President, that judging by the energy and the enthusiasm she has shown in her approach to her work, that we remain confident that she will take us safely to our destination, not only in her first term, but beyond. Tell her for me, sir, to keep her hands on the wheel and her eyes on the road ahead. She must never lose control of her vehicle. Mr. President, on that road, she will meet two other cars. She will see two other cars on that road. The first one is the ladder, L-A with a capital D, a ladder. That car, Mr. President, has broken down altogether. Sir, some people have bailed out of that vehicle because, according to them, their last driver could not drive. I think it was Chalk Dust who sang that song. I mean, if I do not remember my calypso, I'm sure that Senator Rogers will. Chalky said the last driver could not drive. And there were those who said that he ran the car off the road. So what they have done in that car, they've put a female at the wheel. But there are 2 or 3 hungry passengers who will shortly drag that wheel out of her hand because they say she is driving without a license. She has no license to drive. That vehicle is on E. And, sir, there is another car. That car is a Skoda. S-K-O, small d. And that car, too, will run off the road very soon, zigzagging all over the road. And someone who I thought, no, he's in there. Someone who I thought would have been in that car is standing by the side of the road with a broad smile, saying, "Ha ha, don't care how near or how far, I will never drive in your car." I'll explain that later. Mr. President, tell her for me that she does not have to drive at the speed of Lewis Hamilton to be a good driver. Tell her to drive at her own speed, the speed at which she is most comfortable. And that is all I ask of her. Drive at her own speed. Because sometimes you may not be able to travel along the road, Mr. President, as fast as you would like. some of your very own passengers may urge you to speed up and go faster. But, sir, no matter how slowly you are forced to travel, my advice, just don't stop. Don't be reckless. Just keep going. Because, sir, never before have Barbadians traveled on a road which was so bumpy. Never have we traveled on a road which was so rough. And now we are on a road which is so dangerous. And we are not yet off the bad road. We are still navigating our way over this bump. And it is indeed a big, big bump. But we can see a smooth highway not far away. And yes, obstacles may be put in her way, Mr. President, but tell her even if she comes to a roadblock, don't stop. Just make a detour and keep going. And don't forget, sir, to tell her that for me. Mr. President, I'm sorry that the senator is out of his seat because he wanted to make this political speech to cause a little uneasiness in the presence of certain people. And the point I want to begin by making when I make this political speech is that far too often the leader of the opposition, he says something in the lower house and his opinion is contradicted by someone in the upper house that we least expect. And sometimes it is conducted by that individual outside the formal setting of the Senate as well. He is indeed contradicted time after time. You know, if I, Mr. President, was the dominant beneficiary of my party's goodwill, I would be willing to take a bullet for my party leader. Let me say that again. That if I was the dominant beneficiary of my party's goodwill, I would be willing to take a bullet for my party leader. I would mention my party's name 24/7. I would mention it in a heartbeat. I would mention it in my sleep. If my leader wanted me to run in St. George North, I would run. I would run. If I did not do that, sir, as the leading beneficiary, I will consider myself to be ethically challenged if I didn't do it.
I am an elder statesman, I don't run.
Sir, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of a young man who wanted to be a painter all his life. And years passed, and then one day, someone whom he did not expect gave him canvas and a brush. It reminds me of that. And you know, sir,
And he painted a masterpiece. Continue the story.
when he painted a masterpiece, yeah. When I hear Senator Springer speak in this house, in this chamber, or I heard Senator Cummings or Senator Grant, Senator Holder. I heard them speak, sir. Senator Haynes, Senator Adams. I have no doubt that they are speaking, and they say so very often. They speak on behalf of a party called the Barbados Labour Party. We are proud to speak on behalf of that party. Sir, the particular senator of whom I speak, sir, he speaks for himself and he makes mileage for himself. One thing I know, that in this chamber, he never speaks on behalf of any political party at all.
Thank you.
Doesn't speak on behalf of any. It's almost 2 years or more than since the PDP was formed. And during that time, he has never mentioned the party's name in this chamber. Never once. I have listened to almost every speech, in fact, every one he has ever made in this chamber. Never on a single occasion has he said, my party's position is. Never once in this chamber had he said, my party's position is. He never said, we in the PDP believe such and such. Never a single occasion. He never said, I am a member of the, never once. Remember just the way he was standing up saying,
Mr. President, he's misleading the Senate. He's on the point of order, he's misleading the Senate. I have said in this place before that I'm a founder member of the People's Party for Democracy and Development, PDP. You know, and so he's misleading the Senate. You know, this elder statesman does not know how to prove himself anymore. Elder statesman.
Yes. Sir, I do not know what party he's aligned with, sir. He never said, not for me to hear, I never heard him. For all we know, sir, he's a Republican. For all we know, sir, he is a Republican. I do not know what party he belongs to. But sir, to his eternal credit, sir, he has promoted himself very well. One of the best land surveying firms I have ever known, and a good one. Myself and the fella I ran against him in St. Philip North, one of the best land surveying firms in this country was a firm called Franklin and Franklin. You know, we got Franklin and Franklin in Senate too. Franklin and Franklin and Franklin. Nobody but Franklin and Franklin and Franklin. You know, no, but promoted himself right. Today we heard, for instance, that he has 64 workers at a particular hotel. But you know he's a boss at doing this. Comes in and I saw this number of people.
I can bring formula tomorrow.
But I would join. Boss at doing it. But
You got to pay dues, you know.
when all is said and done, he has eclipsed. You can't get away from it. He has eclipsed the leader of his party.
You mean, I also eclipsed the leader of the other union too.
I'm talking about the party. He has completely reduced the leader of the party to triviality and unimportance. Yeah, this is how you feel. To the point where the leader of the opposition is now the most insignificant opposition leader in the Western Hemisphere. He has reduced him, eclipsed him. And it is not government that has contributed to his irrelevance. You know. It's not government. I believe, I know who has assisted in making the leader of the opposition the most insignificant opposition leader in Latin America and the Caribbean. I believe I know who has contributed to it. And it is not always that you hear someone from the government side say that the leader of the opposition has ability. He's a man with a lot of ability. He has good ideas. Because after all, he has learned from some of the best. He's learned from some of the best, yes. But you do get the impression that he lacks the support from someone in his camp. You know, Mr. President, I want to make the point, though, that I'm not trying to drive any wedge between the leader of the opposition and anyone else. I am only the messenger, and I beg you, please do not shoot this messenger.
We didn't tell me that I want to shoot Prime Minister.
You know, sir, the leader of the opposition at one stage had his eyes set. And you know, when I began to speak, I said quite early that there is money for the office of the leader of the opposition, and that you might be able to criticize him because money is in these estimates for him, and that is why I'm doing it.
No, but there's not money there for him.
For anything.
No, there's nothing there for the leader of the opposition.
Yeah, so
He's not
he said he wanted to be prime minister. And my answer to that is, if you want to be a leader of a country, you can't be wishy-washy. You know, you must have if you have ambition to be prime, you can't be wishy-washy. You have to be able to put your foot down sometimes.
Oh, you're the one who plotters.
This morning, Senator Rogers quoted from Shakespeare, quoted from Julius Caesar. And I too am a student of literature. I will quote from Shakespeare too, but I'll quote the part where Mark Antony said, "When that the poor have cried, Caesar hath wept." And then he went on to say, Brutus says he was ambitious. He went on to say, ambition should be made of sterner stuff. That is the part. Ambition should be made of stern. You can't be wishy-washy.
No, you people like
You can't be. Oh, yes, 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 yes. Can't be wishy-washy. So the point I'm making though is that you have an opposition leader who can stay in the opposition office, very well appointed office, and he can see a little mosquito as far as China, but he cannot see the elephant. He cannot see the elephant in the same opposition office. And you know, you have to be honest that if I remember the Right Excellent Earl Walton Barrow, he was an opposition leader. J.M.G. Tom Adams, he was an opposition leader. Owen Seymour Arthur, he was an opposition leader. Mayor Amor Motley, our own Prime Minister, opposition leader. And I know that what certain people putting up with, neither one of them would ever put up with it. Not one of them. Not one of them. So, Mr. President, I just wanted to make those political points. And I feel like quoting a bit of Shakespeare again too. Because, yeah, Senator Rogers will recall that in the same Julius Caesar, a soothsayer had said to Caesar, beware the Ides of March. And you know, sir, the two persons who were closest to Caesar were Brutus and Cassius. And they were even closer to Caesar than Caesar's wife, Calpurnia. Mm-hmm. And you know, Cassius, and you know that on the Ides of March, the 15th of March, harder Caesar, even though the soothsayer had told him not to go into the market square, don't go into the capital, he still went. It is there that he lost his life. And the first man that dropped that dagger in him was Cassius. But then the one that hurt him. Then he looked back. He saw Brutus coming towards him. And he shouted, you got it? He shouted, Pt2 Brute. He couldn't believe it. That the man he had done so much for. No, that's right. The man he had done so much for. When your dog bite you, you will bite. That's what Bajan said. That's what Caesar meant, you know. When he said Pt2 Brute, that is exactly what he was saying. So, Mr. President, let me just close and say why I think that I believe that the leader of the opposition believes that a particular senator in this chamber is the only ship in the harbor. I believe that his leader has a lot of confidence in him. The leader of the opposition has a lot of confidence in him. I believe that the leader of the opposition believes that if he runs, he is going to swing the polls in favor of that party. I believe the leader of the opposition believes that if he runs, he'll be able to do for that third party what the PDM with Wendell McLean and Frank Allen and those, and what Dr. Richie Haynes with the NDP could not do, because he has the magic to do it. I believe, sir, that the leader of the opposition believes that if he speaks in Bay Street or wherever, the Esplanade on the final night, that all Barbadians will flock around him and there'll be nobody else to go anywhere. I believe that the leader of the opposition believes that if he runs, all 30 seats will be sewn up by them. I believe that the leader of the opposition believes that all of the candidates are just small guest houses, and this is one 5-star hotel. And that once he would not give the leader of the opposition any confidence or any support. And some of us believe, Mr. President, that we are the center of the world. Some of us think, sir, that we are indispensable and that without us, the universe will collapse. But, Mr. President, let me quote from one more person. That's Charles de Gaulle. He made one of the most profound statements the world has ever heard. Charles de Gaulle said, "Our graveyards are filled with indispensable people." You know how profound that statement is? Our graveyards are filled with indispensable people. The world goes on without them. Mr. President, I support this appropriation bill, I'm obliged to. Make you feel a bit uneasy, man.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy President. Senator Grant.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Grant, before you get into full stride, Mr. Deputy President, will you take the chair for a few minutes, please? Sure.
Continue, Senator Grant.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. I joined this debate to give my full support for the appropriation bill that is before this honorable House. I believe, sir, that it is important for me to reflect as to why we are at this point. I was not in the chamber this morning, but I happened to be listening to the presentation made by the opposition senator who just left this chamber. And in listening to that presentation, the word that came to my mind was misrepresentation. Because there were a number of comments made that could not be substantiated. And in my mind, those comments represented a reckless disregard for the truth, a misrepresentation. I've said before, sir, in this chamber that we come here with a responsibility to speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And the reality is, sir, that we are in an environment where we have to confront the challenges of the pandemic COVID-19. It is not of our doing, sir. It is an issue that countries throughout the globe have to grapple with. There has been economic devastation. Persons have lost their jobs. Persons do not know what income they will get. They don't know how they will feed their families. There's been social dislocation. Many of us, sir, enjoy having a little lime, a little get together. In fact, I heard a radio announcer saying, I believe it was last week, Friday, that he well recalls when on Fridays persons would say, thank God it's Friday. And you go someplace and you get a little lime, you get a little beverage, and you have some finger foods and things, and you sit down, you socialize, and you talk. COVID, sir, has changed all of that. I go, sir, to visit my mother, and I put on my mask and my shield. Because you know what? The reality is I'm not of that household. That is my mother, yes. But I ensure that I practice the recommendations of the Ministry of Health. The informal sector, the informal economy, those workers have been severely impacted. We talk a lot, yes, about the formal economy, but there's that informal economy where persons every day struggle and fight to earn some money to be able to buy some food. No money, no food. I have heard persons say that it is a simple exercise with the impact of COVID-19 and the fact that you got to a stage where there was community spread to just shut down everything, just shut down every single thing. But the reality is, sir, that there are persons in Barbados who every day have to fight in order to get something to eat and to get some money. And we as a government must look after and look out for those persons. We cannot shut our eyes to them. And therefore, sir, I am of the opinion that these estimates of revenue and expenditure as provided for through the appropriation bill takes a holistic approach as to how we have to deal with the challenges and the problems that we have. Sir, it cannot and it could not have been an easy exercise for the Ministry of Finance to come up with the estimates. In an environment where there are competing interests. I heard in this chamber today, sir, persons indicating that you have different segments that want different things. And that some people want more. That is true. But the reality is, Mr. Deputy President, that government does not have unlimited resources. The reality is, yes, and the truth is, that there is in the foreign exchange reserves in excess of $2 billion. And sir, say to this chamber that that is a good thing. And I'm forced, sir, to ask myself, what if we had to face the challenges of COVID-19 in 2018 when the Democratic Labour Party was in office? I don't have to tell this chamber, and I'm sure that all honorable senators in here will well recall the 10 dark, dismal years of Democratic Labour Party rule. And when the Barbados Labour Party came to office, one of the first things that the party sought to do in office was to ensure that the foreign reserves were built up. And today we have in excess of $2 billion in foreign reserves. I've heard people, sir, criticize and say that a substantial portion of that is borrowed. And that is true. But the reality is that it is more than the $400 million that the Democratic Labour Party left. Yesterday, the Minister of Tourism and International Transport, Senator Lisa Cummins, made reference to the BEST program and the funding of the BEST program, which is $300 million. And when I heard her reflect on that figure, I thought to myself, when the Democratic Labour Party left the $400 million, where would have been that space for us to be able to execute the kind of programs and engage in the kind of policies that we would have to engage in? And I say, yes, it is better to have been earned, but it is good to have the $2 billion plus in foreign reserves. Remind me, sir, of a story I heard of a youngster. I think he was in second form at secondary school. And the students were asked to inform, it was after the summer holiday. And the teacher asked them to inform of what they did for the summer. And some people said that, they went to excursion. This would have been back, sir, in the late 1960s, early 70s. Went to excursion, went to a fair, people went to summer camp, different things. And one of the boys said that he went to New York. And one of the other students said, sir, ask him to spell New York. And the teacher said, youngster, spell New York. He said, sir, N-U-New-Y-O-K, York, New York. And everybody laughed. Everybody in the class laughed. And the youngster said, sir, whether spell it right or spell it wrong, I went to New York. The point is, Mr. Deputy President, that there is in excess of $2 billion in foreign reserves that will be utilized, part will be utilized to assist the people of Barbados. And I go back, sir, to the point that it must be very challenging and very difficult for government to come up with these estimates with competing interests, but I think that it is important, sir, that the right balance is found. It is important, sir, that you look at it in a holistic manner and determine the best mechanism to use in order to ensure that we safeguard Barbados. And the first response coming from government was to ensure that the most vulnerable are protected. Individuals, families, communities. And that is important. And I think government should be complimented for the program with the personal care packages. And I heard this week, sir, that there are additional packages that will be given out, because we have to make sure we look after the most vulnerable. That is a responsibility, sir, which the Barbados Labour Party government will not retreat from. And sir, those packages, those personal care packages, are not being delivered on any political basis. No. In fact, and I believe the leader of government business made reference to it, the Democratic Labour Party would have been given packages as well in order to assist those persons that need assistance. And wait. And wait, sir. When it comes to representing people, when it comes to looking after people, sir, the Barbados Labour Party, we are not looking at party colors. We are not looking, sir, at whether the person is a supporter or is not a supporter. We have to ensure, and we are committed, sir, to ensuring that we take those actions to protect persons' lives, individuals, sir, and not doing it on a political basis at all. Sir, there's the Adopt a Family program that has been launched, and I'm very aware that good support has been given for that by the private sector. One of my colleagues teased me at lunch to say to me that she understood that I was giving away some money. It was not my money, but the Barbados Hotel and Tourism Association yesterday made a presentation, $20,000, to the Adopt a Family program. And I'm going to spend some time a little later to speak to some issues related to tourism. But I'm going to make this point here. Tourism, sir, is not simply about the number of airplanes that are coming, whether you're flying in from New York on JetBlue, or you're coming from Miami on American, or you're coming from Manchester, or flying from Heathrow or Gatwick. It is not, sir, about the level of the occupancy and the number of people that those planes are bringing in. Mr. Deputy President, it is about people. And at the end of the day, if we are not able to protect our people and to assist our people, then we can see no benefits from tourism. And I've said in this chamber before that the Barbados Hotel and Tourism Association will continue to work with its partners. And when I speak of partners, sir, I don't only speak of capital. I speak, sir, of labor, because labor is a very important and critical part in that partnership and in the process. And I've said in this chamber before as well, sir, that I do not support the idea that there has to be conflict between labor and capital. And especially in a time of COVID-19, in a time when all of us are hurting and all of us are being impacted, I believe, sir, that it is important to be cooperating together.
Just a second.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy President. Please continue, Senator Grant.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think, as I was saying, that it is important for us to collaborate. I believe at an earlier sitting that Senator Dr. Maynard made reference to some support also given by the Barbados Hotel and Tourism Association with respect to Harrison's Point, facilitation of 80 beds and sheets and linens and pillowcases and different equipment. It is about people. Tourism is about people. And we have to ensure that we are taking care of our own. And labor is critical and important. And we will continue to work with labor and to look out for the best interests of labor. So these estimates of revenue and expenditure, provision is made, I believe, sir, $10 million it is. It's made for small and micro business under the relevant ministry, the Ministry of Energy, Small Business. That's the ministry, and entrepreneurship. And I know that my colleague senator would have spoken to a number of issues relating to the small business. But it is not about big business. You have to work with all entities, big and small. And I heard a comment made that suggested that government does not care about workers, and that government is only interested in business, big business. And I make bold to say this in this chamber, sir. There is no other political party that has done more for poor, working class, black people than the Barbados Labour Party. The party, sir, is grounded in labor and will continue to do that. But there's also the recognition that you have to work with all segments of society. Because, sir, you cannot do it on your own. You can't clap with one hand. It's impossible to clap with one hand. And we recognize that it's critical and important for us to collaborate and to work with everyone. Under that same ministry, sir, there's provision for $500,000 in technical assistance for equipment and training and marketing, and the purchase of equipment for small and micro businesses again. Because it is important, sir, to help small businesses. And we have to remember that a lot of people are hurting during this COVID period. People are struggling. And government, with its limited resources, sir, is seeking to ensure that the monies available are utilized to assist people. And I don't have to repeat, sir, the leader of government business would have made reference to the extent of the loss in revenues that government has had to grapple with. And sir, you know, I represent a sector where the contribution to the gross domestic product is between 40 to 45%. About 45,000 people or so employed in the sector, 16,000, a little over 16,000 direct. It is the sector which contributes most to the foreign exchange earnings. And that sector, sir, has been significantly impacted. And I'm going to spend just a little time to speak to the extent of that impact so that persons understand. And sometimes, sir, when we speak of tourism, we don't speak enough as to the extent of the involvement of other areas of the economy. The shopkeepers, the vendors, the hairdressers, all of these, the taxi operators, all of these are impacted, sir, by tourism. Sir, in March of 2020, when we first had our COVID cases, the first 2 cases were reported on the 17th of March. There was an impact, and the occupancy, the hotel occupancy in March fell by 39.2% to 48.4%. That is what the occupancy was in March. In December, the occupancy, and let me say, from that date, the occupancy was going down. I have some figures here. In April, the occupancy went to 7.6%. In June, it was 4.7%. In July, it was 6.2%. This is a significant decline. In December, the occupancy, sir, was 45.3%. And let me make this point that at no point since March has the occupancy reached that level of 48.4%. And this is, when you look at what is customary for the winter, I can tell you in 2020, in 2020, we still had good occupancy rates in January and February, 73.5% in January and 80.7% in February. So the occupancy rates were still good. In January of this year, the occupancy was 33%, and in February, the occupancy was 17.4%. And Mr. President, our expectation is that for the next few months, occupancy will probably be around 15% or maybe even less. And I spent some time reflecting on that, just for persons to have an understanding that here it is, an industry, a sector, sir, that is contributing significantly, as I said, to the gross domestic product, contributing significantly, sir, to foreign exchange earnings. And you're seeing a significant reduction in the occupancy. But let me, sir, just spend a little time speaking to the issues of revenues. Because we talk, yes, quite a bit about occupancy, but sometimes we don't reflect on the revenues, and the revenues have been drastically affected. In March 2020, the revenues fell by 41.2%. And at that time, the estimate, sir, that we have were revenues of $64.6 million for those hotels that would have been reporting to us, sir. In December, sir, and remember, December is one of the winter months where business is supposed to be good. And in December, remember I said that in December, the occupancy was 45.3% compared to the 48.4% in March. In December, sir, revenues fell by 84.4%. And the revenues in December, sir, were $41 million. And I want persons to understand that even though you saw in December an occupancy that was close to March, the revenues were significantly less. And the reason for that is that, of course, hotels had to discount very heavily in order to be able to get business. And the point that I'm making, sir, is that if you have a situation where your most critical sector, and let me say that there's no issue in terms of diversification. I think, sir, everyone recognizes that diversification is good. But at this stage, tourism is the critical sector. And therefore, if there's a situation where your sector that is providing the majority of your foreign exchange earnings and contributing to your gross domestic product by way of 40-45%, and that sector is in trouble, sir, it makes good sense for the government to institute a program to assist those in that sector. You know, I'm reminded, sir, of the words of a basketball coach. I think the name was John Wooding from UCLA. I think they had, sir, they won 86 straight matches under his lead and 10 NCAA championships. And he said, don't be afraid to fail. The greatest failure of all is not to act when action is needed. And if there's one thing, you cannot criticize this Barbados Labour Party government for not acting. You may say that there are certain measures that you do not agree with, but you cannot accuse the government, sir, for not acting. Government came up with the Barbados Employment and Sustainable Transformation Program. And as Senator Cummings indicated yesterday, that program is a $300 million funded program. Sir, if you look in the book, the estimates book, with the revenues and expenditure, you will not see reference to that $300 million. And there's a reason for that. You're not seeing reference to that $300 million because it is not money that the government of Barbados is taking and giving to tourism enterprises. It is not free money. It is not giveaway money. It is not money that tourism enterprises just go and get up in a line and go and get the money and go on and do what they want to do. It is money, sir, that has to be repaid. It is money, sir, that certain conditions have to be met. But let us understand this, Mr. President, that the first emphasis under that program relates to the re-engagement of workers. That's the first component, and I heard Senator Franklin today speak to the fact that he said you can't pay persons 80% of the salary. You can't be cutting persons' salaries. Sir, 80% is better than 0%, if my math is correct. If my math, sir, is accurate, because I know that there was someone at one time in another place that was dealing with some numbers. And if I was to rely on him, I might probably say 0 is more than 80. But if my math is correct, 80%, it is better than having no money at all. And what I've reflected, sir, I took the time to reflect on those occupancies and to reflect on revenues, just to relate very clearly that businesses are suffering. But the government did not walk away. The government said, look, there is a BEST program, and this BEST program, first of all, is to support workers, to provide for the re-engagement of workers at 80%. And it was not done in isolation, sir. It was done, sir, in discussion with the unions, in discussion with the Barbados Hotel and Tourism Association. And let me say too about the BEST program that the mechanism provides for year 1 to start, when I believe it is 60% of the occupancy level for 2019 comes back over a 3-month period. Right? What the government is not seeking, sir, to provide funding and then penalize companies, because there's the recognition that, yes, you have to provide an opportunity for the companies to start to build back. And you have to provide the opportunity to keep persons employed, even though the revenues have taken a significant hit and have been significantly reduced. So I think that it is a good measure for government to have put that in place. There was reference made yesterday, sir, to the fact that there are ongoing discussions, and that is true. You know, sorry to talk about finding the balance. I'm sure that you would remember, Mr. President, you would know as good as I do. The days I as a little boy, sir, I would go to the shop. You go and buy some sugar. You go to buy 4 pounds of sugar. You go to the shop. You go and you tell the shopkeeper you want 4 pounds of sugar, and the fella he put a brown paper and he put it in the scale. This is an old-time scale. This isn't a digital scale. This is an old-time scale. And the fella then go in and he take out the sugar and he put in the sugar. And then he take the weights and he put it on. And you know, sometimes when it starts, sir, the sugar on this side and the scale like this there. And he put the weight sometimes and it go like this. And then he take out a little, you have to find, sir, the balance. And you have to find the balance. You can't find the balance by not engaging with your stakeholders. And again, if there is one thing that this government has to be complimented for, is the fact that the government is prepared to listen and prepared to dialogue. That is very critical and very important, sir. And therefore, yes, we've had further discussions, and I'm expecting very shortly that an announcement will be made with respect to the measures that have been agreed to in relation to the adjustments to the BEST program. But sir, it is not going to subtract from the fact that persons who receive the money have to repay the money, because the money is the people's money, and it is being put to use to ensure that those enterprises that employ people and the sector of the economy that is critical for the resurgence of this economy is given some support. I'm sure, Mr. President, that government would want to do more for more sectors. But as I said before, the resources are limited. Sir, you know, I must say that when you start to talk, the clock seems to move a little faster. I'm keeping my eye on the clock because I still have a few.
That only happens when you have a lot to say.
Yes, unlike Senator Holder, I do have a few more things that I wish to touch on. I want to speak very briefly, sir, as I'm on tourism, to the protocols. Of course, the vaccines provide, I think, an opportunity for countries throughout the globe. And as you are very aware, the vaccine available to us is the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine. I've heard talk in this chamber today about who was responsible for the super spread. And Mr. President, let's be real, let's be honest. On December 31st, I was making plans to go to a house get-together and to line with about 30 people or so. There were Barbadians, sir, making plans to go on All Year's Night. And sir, I have to tell you that I normally go on All Year's Night and have a good time because that is my birth night. So I fed all night, sir, and all into New Year's morning. But what also happened, sir, after, I think it was the 3rd of May, when the country started to really open, after having been in lockdown from, if memory serves me correctly, around the 28th of March or so. What started to happen, sir? You would drive around and you would see people not wearing the mask. That's the reality. We got to a stage where there were no positive cases, and we dropped our guard a bit. I am not, sir, listen, Mr. President, what happened at the bus crawl could have happened at a line, could have happened different places. The truth is that the lesson for me is that we have to ensure that as we reopen again and as we engage more persons coming, that we do not drop our guard and that we ensure that whatever the protocols are that are put in place, that we all adhere to the protocols. And if you don't adhere, then you face the consequences no matter who you are, because the protocols are put in place, sir, to assist all of us. Minister Cummings spoke yesterday about the IATA passport, and therefore I'm not going to spend any time reflecting on that. But I do want to take this opportunity to encourage Barbadians to take the vaccine. I took the vaccine, and I have to say, sir, that I had no side effects at all. It didn't affect me in any way. In fact, I must tell you that I wondered if the nurse had really given me the job. The first thing is I didn't feel anything. That's the first thing. And the next thing, I didn't have a fever, I didn't have a sweat, I didn't have nothing at all. But I think it is important for us to ensure that we provide persons with the relevant information, because I accept, yes, that there are people who are a little concerned. Sir, I didn't grow an extra head. I didn't get an extra finger, nothing like that. All these, yeah, you can look, I got 10 fingers. There's this conspiracy theory about all different kinds of things, but we have to speak with persons and encourage them, and let those that are knowledgeable persons like Senator Haynes and Senator Dr. Haynes and Senator Dr. Maynard and Senator Dr. Walker, who are competent to speak to the issues of the vaccine, you know, speak to them and assist persons that may have queries. Sir, I want to spend some time discussing an area that is related to tourism, but is related as well to Barbadians. And maybe I should make the point that, you know, you really can't separate from tourism from the Barbadian society. Because I'm going to spend a little time speaking about infrastructural development. And the infrastructure that is put in place will prove to be beneficial to both locals as well as visitors. Sir, the estimates provide for $139.4 million for the Ministry of Transport, Works, and Water Resources. And sir, let us be honest. We have some roads in Barbados that bad. Roads that have not been given attention for the last decade. We have some areas in Barbados, Mr. President, where there have been significant water woes. In fact, sir, to demonstrate that the government does not operate with any political bias at all. One of the areas in which a determination has been made to deal with the water woes is in the constituency and in the parish of St. John. And we recognize, sir, that the people of St. John, having been faithful and committed, yes, to a political party for an extremely long time, have suffered. And it is the Barbados Labour Party that has made the determination that relief must come to the people of St. John, and that their water issues must be dealt with. And I'm happy, sir, to see that government is pursuing the issues of dealing with water woes in a non-partisan way. I'm told, sir, that the monies provided for the Ministry of Transport, Works, and Water Resources, that has increased by 26.5%, which is significant. But we have to make sure that we create the right infrastructure so that people are not driving on these awful and bad roads. And sir, I can just spend a little time because I need to get to another subject matter. But just spend a little time, sir, to speak to some of the areas that will have road works undertaken. Because, sir, I think it is important to recognize that water, transportation, the road infrastructure, sir, you know, they contribute to economic activity. They're critical to economic activity. In fact, when you speak about tourism, and we normally speak, and it seems as if tourism is about, like I said before, the planes and people coming and hotels and restaurants and all of that. But tourism is a lot broader than that. Tourism takes account of infrastructure, road. It takes account of telecommunication. It takes account of health services. A wide range of different areas that impact on individuals. So, sir, I just want to point out some of the areas in which there's going to be some road works done. The Carmichael Road area, Long Bay, Bel Air, in St. Philip, Highway 3 to Hubbersville, Highway 6 from Henry Ford roundabout to Searles roundabout. A number of areas as well where there are going to be further work done, like in Brayton, Long Bay again in St. Philip, Market Hill in St. George, Rosegate Road in St. John, Pot House Road to Welch in St. John, Loop Hill in St. Peter, Pori Spring in St. Thomas, Cats Castle, Bell Road. Sir, there's a Mr. President, there are numerous roads identified for works to be undertaken. And the Barbados Water Authority as well will be doing some work with its water mains and pipelines and introducing some water-saving devices as well. So as I said, this infrastructure upgrade is critical and important in terms of the continued growth and development that we will anticipate with the return of tourism. Sir, I'm going to spend a few minutes speaking to the Ministry of Environment and National Beautification. I know, sir, there was a time whenever I spoke in this chamber, I know persons used to say, sir, that they know there are two subjects that I am definitely going to touch on: tourism and SSA.
Yeah.
I'm happy to say, sir, and I heard, you know, I watched the program on Sunday. It was some program that the Democratic Labour Party had. I went online, sir, and I watched it. Because, you know, in this COVID-19 environment with all the stress, you got to get some comic relief. So I went online, and I heard one of the spokespersons speaking to the fact that there are all of these garbage trucks. And I remember that same person saying that there will be no garbage trucks, because I was on a calling program with that individual, and they were saying that we would not get the garbage trucks. But we have them there in place, and the garbage is being collected by the Sanitation Service Authority. Senator Nurse spoke to issues with respect to beautification. And I want to spend a little time talking about that. As you know, sir, the National Conservation Commission is responsible for the parks and the beaches and certain communities. There is the National Beautification Program, and part of that, a component of that, sir, is the Clean and Green. And what is Clean and Green? Clean and Green facilitates NCC going into certain communities and beautifying the communities. You know, sir, it's important, and we have to make Barbados look a lot more beautiful. And I know that this is something that the Prime Minister is passionate about. And it is something, sir, I say in this chamber, the same way the trucks were received at SSA and the garbage is being collected, there is going to be beautification in Barbados. And the NCC is going to, and it has started already, to ensure that this is done. There have been community parks, sir, set up in Dodds Land, Flat Rock in St. George. Dodds Land is in St. Philip, Flat Rock in St. George, Harmony Hall in Christchurch, Ashby Land in Christchurch, Silver Hill in Christchurch, Weston in St. James, Ferniehurst. That's where we have started, but we are doing others as well. Sir, there's the National Beautification Project. It's a coordination with the NCC, SSA, and the Ministry of Transport, MTW. Of course, the focus of SSA is on the collection of the garbage. MTW is dealing with roadways and byways at this time. I must say to you, sir, that I know that consideration is being given by Cabinet for NCC to take responsibility for the highways and the byways as well. And the expectation is that with that, we will also be seeing some equipment, and I'm sure that the minister responsible for the environment and national beautification will speak to it in more detail at the appropriate time. But there will be the relevant equipment to be able to carry out the work that needs to be undertaken with respect to the beautification. The beautification is not just for visitors, as I said before, it is for locals as well. And I want to take this opportunity, sir, to encourage Barbadians to take pride in their environment. I've heard the Prime Minister say before that there was a time when people would come out and clean in front of them. We got to get back to those days. We got to get back to where we are able to take pride in our environment and take responsibility as well. That is extremely important, sir, because, you know, one entity, while doing a lot, and NCC will lead the charge and will lead the way, but it's important, too, that we have the buy-in from Barbadians. Of course, sir, there's the 360 program. The 360 program, sir, involves two teams, the A team and the B team. And what happens is that these workers go into different constituencies, all the constituencies in different areas, under the instruction of the NCC, and engage, sir, in cleaning the different communities, because we want to ensure that the place is clean. We want to ensure that there is a clean environment so that there are no health challenges. Sir, I have to tell you this. After the first lockdown, I made a pronouncement. And that pronouncement was that in the close environs of the city and in areas of St. Michael, you would likely see tongue rats. And I'm talking about real rats. And I said that because the truth is that, you know, people say that the rats in town are bigger than rats other places. And that may be so because of the ability in terms of getting things to eat from restaurants and different things. And that is something that we have to talk about. And my prediction was that if business in town was closed, that what would happen is that you will see the town rats moving out of town, right? And I only reference that to say, sir, that it is important that the environment is kept clean, because in keeping the environment clean, what you also do is that you ensure that you are also protecting individuals in terms of health and in terms of diseases. I want, sir, to speak a little bit about the botanical gardens. The botanical gardens, of course, as you know, located in Waterford. If you come from the ABC Highway and you are heading towards Combermere School, on your left, that is the International Park of the botanical gardens. On your right is the national park. In the international park, the intention is, sir, that we will have countries sponsoring different gardens. Whether that country is China, Mauritius, wherever, we will actively pursue Ghana, for example, because we have had some relations with Ghana, and beautify that area. You know, sir, the area has been cleared, and already there is a difference. And imagine how that area will look when we have different international gardens on that side. On the next side, sir, that is the national area. Let me say the area that has been cleared. The invasive species that would have been there is the river tambourine. A lot of work was done, and that was removed. And then in the area of the national part of the botanical gardens, there are some plans for there. The development of an amphitheater, different types of gardens as well. Having a jogging and a walking track. Having spaces where persons can have picnics. That area must be an area of relaxation. It must be an area, sir, where persons can come and enjoy. And I have to say to Senator Nurse that yes, there is a master plan. And that master plan, sir, provides, like I say, for all of these different things. As it relates to the flowers, sensory flowers. These are flowers, sir, that you, sweet-smelling flowers, or trees too in the area that make sounds like shak shak. The people who are involved with these things can tell you how you can create that kind of easy and calming and cool environment. But I want to assure this chamber that there are measures in place to seek to ensure that that area is developed. The NCC has increased its plant production. Initially, the plant production was up to a maximum of 100,000 plants. We are now able to go to 250,000 plants. What we have done is that we have utilized an additional 8,000 square feet approximately, and that is the area that previously was just bush. We clear the area, and we ensure, sir, that we have put the measures in place so that we can now facilitate 250,000 plants. We have also increased our seed capacity. I believe the terminology is germplasm. I think that's the terminology that is used. And what we are doing, sir, is to make sure that there may be 25 different varieties of roses, and that we are able to produce and beautify, and to not only do that with respect to the areas that we are cleaning and beautifying, but also making those available to the public of Barbados as well. Sir, I just want to speak briefly, sir, to the issue of lifeguards, and to say that we are enhancing the training for lifeguards. In the past, lifeguards received training once a year. That has now changed. They're receiving training once a quarter. And I want to encourage Barbadians that when you go to the beach, please listen to the lifeguards. Please follow the directions of the lifeguard. The lifeguards are there to safeguard your life. They're there for safety, and they are there for protection. I know that Senator Nurse as well, and Senator Nurse spoke a bit in relation to beautification and Queen's Park. The NCC is going to be undertaking some repairs to the Queen's Park Lake. They will also be repairing the fountain as well, and some repairs are going to be done to the trash house, as well as some landscaping of the grounds in that area. So have no fear, work is being done. I'm going to answer by reflecting on the conservation measures, and particularly as it relates to the turtle habitat and the restoration. And of course, we all know about the importance of the turtles. The intention is that the NCC is going to be facilitating the planting of sea grapes, fat pork, and sea yams. You know, sir, it was a time when I was a youngster, when sea yams are the, you know, you get some like green vines sometime growing on the beach, and what they do is that they help in terms of the stability of the beach. So what is going to happen is that you're going to see a bit more, because there was a time when you would see a lot of sea yams on the beach, and you do not see that. And that partly contributes the fact that you don't have as many sea yams now, to why you get the deterioration with respect to and the erosion with respect to the beaches. Of course, sir, as it relates to the turtles, we have to make sure that there is the turtle-friendly lighting that is on the beaches, and those hotels and restaurants along the beaches, sir, will be encouraged to utilize the turtle-friendly lighting. I expect, sir, that the chairman of the NCC will very shortly be having a conversation with the CEO of the BHTA. I suspect that they will agree. It will be a very challenging thing if they are in disagreement and they have a quarrel amongst themselves. But I am very confident that the parties involved will be able to look at this in a very serious way, because the turtle restoration really, sir, is an area that many of our visitors enjoy being able to go and swim with the turtles and to see the turtles. Mr. President, as I come near to a close, I want to say that the government of Barbados has done what I consider to be a remarkable job. The government, sir, has acted in a very responsible manner. The government of Barbados has sought to ensure that the most vulnerable are protected. The government has sought to engage with the stakeholders, whether the stakeholders be the representatives of capital or the representatives of labor. And the truth is, sir, that if we are going to be able to get through this very difficult COVID-19 pandemic time, we will have to work more closely together. And if there's one thing that the COVID-19 pandemic has taught me, is the importance of our being able to collaborate, and the need for us to recognize that no man is an island, and that we all must put our hands to the till, and that we must give our best in the exercise to ensure that Barbados continues to be a good, safe, decent destination, and that our people continue, sir, to be given a hope for a better tomorrow and to be ensured of a better life. I thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Grant. Senator Walcott.
President, I beg to move that this sitting be now suspended until 11 a.m. tomorrow morning.
The question is that this sitting be suspended until 11 a.m. tomorrow. Those honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. Just to inform or remind that dinner is available downstairs this evening, Senators. So the sitting stands suspended until 11 a.m. tomorrow.